right? Roger ignored all sights of me and started tweeting. Dave Carey fought for me, but he was no
fine, Ellie.
Yeah, it's working good. Just moving my hair out. Got some of it caught. Thanks.
Good morning and welcome back to CNET's live coverage of CES 2014. It is day 3 of the show. I'm Donald Bell, she's Bridget Carey, and this is Inside Scoop, our daily news roundup of everything you need to know for yesterday and today.
Yes.
Mostly we're still looking back. I mean, at day 3, really everything that needs to be announced has been announced, right? We're still just kind of scrambling to catch up all the little sleeper stories.
It gives us time without having all those big announcements to go test things out, get hands-on time with all the quirky products on the show floor.
And do the analysis too. Sometimes it's just like a scatter shot of stuff being thrown at us for the first couple days, and then we actually kind of can tie the themes together. Some stuff that did happen yesterday of note, or at least the first thing that happened yesterday of note, was T-Mobile's announcement that not only are they breaking into AT&T's parties to see Macklemore, but they are also going to buy you out of your contract. If you want to leave your carrier to come to T-Mobile, they will erase the pain of breaking your contract.
Yeah, those early termination fees,
Right.
they'll give you the money for whatever it costs, up to $650, provided that you also turn in your old device as a trade-in.
You're probably sick of your old phone anyways, right? You're going to get a new carrier, new phone.
Right.
And no pain in terms of the termination fees. Because I think that's always the kicker, is like when you're 6 months into your contract with like a Verizon or an AT&T, and you're like, this is killing me.
Or you learn about something new and you feel like you just can't even make the switch because it's not worth the cost, but they're being really edgy here.
This has got to hurt the other guys. I mean,
Yeah.
I feel like T-Mobile's whole role, aside from being like the badasses of the carriers,
He always has a leather jacket,
is
you know.
to just disrupt the whole. I mean, in terms of their whole prepayment for the way that you're buying your phone through T-Mobile by paying up front for it or breaking out the cost, so you're not locked into a contract with T-Mobile. But then also, just this being able to like actively poach the customers from other carriers to try to get them to come over to T-Mobile. I think it's smart.
John Ledger thinks he's Batman. He's always trying to be crazy and disruptive, and this is the year that they're going to see if it all pays out.
It'll be an interesting year. Okay. Also, we saw yesterday the Razer Project Christine. This is for gamers, for like PC gamers. This is a serious tower computer where everything is modular, right? You can swap out the drive, you can swap out the interface, you can swap out all the system, but they're like hot swappable, kind of like a what's that, like the hard drive storage systems where you can just kind of swap out the
So even if you don't know how to build your own PC, it's just kind of like stick the piece you want into the slot if you want to upgrade something or upgrade another piece of it. What's also interesting, it's all cooled by mineral oil. Like that's kind of like unique too. Now this is
a nice aroma. When
Yeah.
it's heating up.
Yeah, this is something that's a
Calming.
project, that's not going to probably go out yet, but it'd be interesting to see if it goes to another level next CES, because Razer does show us a lot of gaming projects every other year or so.
Yeah, I think Drobo is what I was thinking of, is that
Oh.
kind of the swappable drive deals that look cooler than maybe they really are. But it looks neat. I mean, it's for as little news as we get out of the tower PC space, it looks like a cool product. We also saw the Avagant Glyph. We saw a lot of wearable tech for your face
Oh,
at
everyone's-
CES.
yeah.
A lot of Google Glassian kind of
Everyone's trying to
spin-offs.
put some sort of glass thing on your face. And yeah, and this Avagant Glyph is kind of like a 2-in-1. It's a headset, but you take the headset down and put it as a visor, and suddenly you have a movie screen in front of you. And the screen's so good that it could even do 3D screen.
You wore this yesterday.
Yes,
right?
I did.
I came by the booth, and I just saw Bridget sitting here with this on her face.
This massive thing, and I felt like
Scott Stein next to her just talking about it.
Felt like I was at a Star Trek. I would say that I was surprised at how crisp it was. I didn't feel like I was trying to focus really hard or go cross-eyed trying to see this, because in some iterations of this kind of technology, it gives you a headache. You're prone to get dizzy, and not this.
It also looks a little bulky. I mean,
It
the
was
actual
very
fit
bulky.
on your head, if the headband's not at the top, there's like a smaller headband that kind of keeps it. It's kind of hidden in Scott Stein's hair in that picture. But
yeah, when I had it on, I mean, I had to kind of, hold it up. It wasn't exactly all tweaked to the size of my head, but I hope that they have a model that's a little smaller, because it is a lot of tech just sitting on the bridge of your nose.
It's a lot of trust that people aren't going to like knock you over when you have that on your face. Right?
Yeah, I imagine you might want this when you're sitting on a plane for a while, a train, but yeah, I hope no one, you can't see anything around you, so I hope no one sneaks you off with your bag or something, but it's a lot of trust.
All right, we also saw an interesting hybrid laptop from Toshiba. A proof of concept may come to market, may not, but the cool thing about this guy was that aside from opening up and having a tablet like a touchscreen, it also had a detachable keyboard, so you could and that detached in such a way that when you flip the base underneath it, you can kind of have a separate keyboard. You almost have like a
It has its own
PC
stand.
kind of
Yeah.
experience,
We've seen a lot of these hybrids where it's part tablet, it's part laptop, whichever you want. Just unclip it, take it with you. Kind of started with you see that in Surface and other products. Some that like a yoga that can fold in different ways. This one folds all the way, and also the tablet has a stand. So I think it's an interesting trend where people who are buying PCs right now don't know whether they want one or the other. They can have best of both worlds. And here's an example of when the tablet separates, you can still stand it up.
Yeah, I mean, what still remains to be seen is if people are going to still be buying PCs. I mean, it feels like, as innovative as this might be, this is still doesn't seem like this is the thing that's going to pick people's attention up from actually buying a new laptop this year. Everything's been on the decline for this market.
Yeah.
As sexy as this product might be.
Well, it's because it's hoping to get that group of folks who go, I don't know if I want a tablet, but I don't want to get rid of the keyboard. It's hoping to target that.
So is every PC product that came out in 2013.
Yeah.
This one, for as great as it is, it's lacking a trackpad too. It has one of those little ThinkPad nubs in the middle.
No nubs. No,
yeah.
no.
You're not going back to the nub, huh?
No, I can't go back to the nubbins.
But yeah, maybe we'll see this. It's an interesting product. It's probably, for better or worse, maybe one of the more interesting laptops we saw from CES 2014. But I think that's speaking a lot about where PCs are right now at this show.
Yeah, not exactly a lot of big jumps in differentiation points.
Speaking of hybrids, here's an interesting one I don't think I've ever seen before.
This is a very unique product.
Mobile hotspot from ZTE.
And it's also a projector.
Also a projector.
And it's also a battery charger.
Also a tablet.
And also, a 4-screen Android portable tablet. 4-inch screen, I mean.
ZTE, I mean, their phones, when we hear about them, they're usually the middle-of-the-road kind of phones. They kind of hit every carrier for a mid-range model. But you don't see a lot of quirky stuff out of this company. This one looks interesting.
This is very innovative. So it's about a 5 by 5 inch box, very lightweight. And once you pop a SIM card in it, so you're going to need your own data plan for it, it can be its own hotspot for up to 8 devices. And then because it's Android inside, you can put any Android app in it, whether it's Netflix or anything you would do on an Android device, like your PowerPoint presentation, and then just display mirrored exactly what's on that screen onto the wall. So you have families on a trip, you can do video that way, but also for work, kind of like the work play aspect.
Yeah.
It even has an HDMI port, so if you don't have a television for your Xbox, you can plug it in there and display your game that way.
It's the use cases I still don't buy yet, but it's one of those products where I feel like the whole thing was we can make this product now. We couldn't make it before. I don't know if anyone needs it, but isn't it cool that we can make it? And
Yeah.
I'm behind it. I would like to play around with it.
You don't have to carry so many things around with you if you're a business traveler. That's the sweet spot.
Yeah, it's not a projector though. It's like
well, actually, it gets up to 120 inches. I mean, we didn't get to see it in the small room.
I feel like it's the
there.
projector you would have to like show a movie inside of a tent while you're camping, like that kind of thing, like for a kid. But interesting product. And ZT not usually one to come out with things that are exorbitantly expensive. So if it does come out, probably something you could actually afford.
Yeah. Hopefully.
All right. That'll do it for today's Inside Scoop. Thanks, Bridget, because you were not going to be joining me tomorrow, right? You're getting out of here.
I'm going back.
I'll be back tomorrow. Last day of CES, joined by UK editor Jason Jenkins. And there's a whole lot more coming your way today. At 11 a.m. Pacific time, Brian Cooley and I will be here for the last of our CES in-depth shows, and it will be the final word on the most important trends and products from CES 2014. We'll see you then.
What's up, Brian and Donald? I'm here inside TCL. What's up, Brian and Donald? We know that smart TVs, a lot of TVs out there. I'm gonna do this one right now. So hopefully
That's
work.
It's going to be an hour back and forth in the cab ride.
Just in the cab.
Yeah. Like
Plus dinner.
Guys, I am just outside of Velocity. We've heard a lot about self-driving, and even a few months ago, and as far as last year, we did hear about self-parking. But last year, that technology required an entire trunk full of tech. This year, Audi has condensed it. So right now, what you're seeing is a guy getting out of his car. Matthias knows that that parking spot is really, really tight. And if he parked it himself, if he could, he wouldn't be able to actually get out of the car. So the car is doing it for him. So make this happen. Power steering is
Very good, everybody. All right, welcome back to CNET's continuing coverage of International CES 2014, the big show in tech, held here at the Las Vegas Convention Center. I'm Brian Cooley. This is Dr. Bell. It's good to have you with me.
It's always good to be here.
And your specialties, many as they are, have been shown to great effect, I believe.
Staying alive and making it through, and staying upright.
Everyone's specialty here at this stage of the show for sure.
Right.
Because a lot, you could say most of the announcements have been made, and they've been exhaustively picked apart by us. We've been up here analyzing everything from what looks like big ideas in television to small ideas in that bidet that Tong showed us yesterday.
I missed that one.
Oh, real small idea. So what is there left to do? Well, today on this show, what have we got, Don?
Well, we are going to look over and boil down all of the best coverage and products we've seen at CES 2014 and go to the must-see products. This is going to be the cheat sheet of the entire show. If you want to walk away from CES feeling like you have a grasp on what just happened, we're going to try to tie it all together.
And we're all in it together, so let's get to it. And start off with wearables. Wearables and health technology. Starting off with the LG Life Band. Here's a fitness band that has really nice build quality. It doesn't look like some, you know, just piece of plastic on your wrist. It's got an OLED display, kind of clips open and apart there. It's got a button to one side of it and all this. And the idea is to give you phone notifications and controls primarily. We were just talking to Scott Stein backstage, and he was kind of scratching his head as to, you know, what are these wearables really doing that is new? Right. Not much.
Not much. It's a lot of other players getting into the game. I mean, I think we've seen over the past year the wearable category not really taking off in the smart watch space.
Not yet.
But definitely getting more and more momentum when it comes to tracking your health and giving you notifications.
Yeah, so notifications, fitness monitoring, and also you know, giving you just some very basic relay of information from your phone to kind of simplify your phone.
And still the promise of some kind of eyewear.
Yeah, that's the other big wearable. So it's either wrist or face is kind of where we're at in the wearables. Pebble Steel, that came out here as well. Almost nothing different about it technologically. but it looks like jewelry now, which I contend these things have to do if they're going to be successful.
Yeah, I think it's too much to dismiss the product for not improving technically, because I do feel like the biggest hurdle for the smart watch is getting something that people are actually going to want to go out and buy. I feel
With
like
some style
that's
to it.
probably, if the iWatch is not just a figment of someone's imagination for Apple, that's probably the thing that they are, with their design team working on the most.
They can nail it if anybody can.
Yeah.
And make something I want. Because I say that a watch is no longer about what it tells you. It's about what it tells others about you. You wear it because it's a symbol of your style, your fashion taste, your income level. That's what a watch says. It doesn't tell you the time. You have a phone for that, which is vastly more reliable, more accurate, and always with you, just like a watch. Okay, now let's go outside of the hall here for a moment. Many car makers are here at CES showing off their latest car technologies, including Audi. Our own Sharon Vaknin just got a demo of a self-parking car from Audi that they're showing outside the building here.
Hey guys, I am just outside of the Las Vegas Convention Center in the Audi parking lot where the company is showing off its self-parking technology. Now we've heard a lot about self-driving, and even a few months ago, and as far as last year, we did hear about self-parking. But last year, that technology required an entire trunk full of tech. This year, Audi has condensed it. So right now, what you're seeing is a guy getting out of his car. Matthias knows that that parking spot is really, really tight. And if he parked it himself, if he could, he wouldn't be able to actually get out of the car. So the car is doing it for him. So in order to do that, what he's doing is he's got an app. The smartphone app is connected with the car. All he does is press a button. And as he continues to press that button, the car will begin to park itself. Okay, Audi didn't have to add too much tech to the car to make this happen. Power steering is already there. Cruise control is already there, which allows them to automatically control the brakes and the steering wheel. The car is stocked with 12 different ultrasonic sensors and a laser center in the grille of the car just below where the license plate would normally go. And using those sensors, the car is parking itself. It's finding the ultimate spot right in between the two cars. And as you can see, okay, it's going to take about 5 years for this technology to actually come to market, but it's already pretty flawless. If the car senses that someone is too close, it's going to stop. It's got that safety feature in there. And look at that. Perfect. Now Matthias doesn't have to worry about getting out of a cramped spot.
Wow. All right.
All right, guys.
I thought she was going to say it was going to take 5 years to park the car.
This
It's taking a little while. Like,
It almost took 5 years
It's
to
going
park
to take
the car.
5 years for this car to get parked, but
Well, you pointed out, as we were talking about this earlier, we heard it was going to be a demo of a car that would park in a space too small to actually open your door and get out of. But now you've jammed up the guy next to you. His passengers can't get in now either.
Right.
And maybe he parked so close to a car. After a while, it's like one of those little word puzzles where you can't move anything until you move the first thing.
or you just fear that your phone is going to die and that you're not going to have
Right.
access to the unparking button.
Halfway into the spot, your phone dies. Now what? Now what? The interesting thing about this is it's actually beyond just Audi. Ford's got this coming up next summer, they've announced, as though this is going to be the next big industry wave, is cars that you park by getting out, hit a button on your phone. And by the way, the dude who was standing outside didn't have to be there. He could have easily just walked away. Ford's vehicle-to-vehicle technology was also going on here. Check this out. We've got some video from something that BT and I shot yesterday. These are cars that are alerting their drivers. See that one that swerved there? And when it swerved out of the way, the third car suddenly saw that a car was stopped. We get in this situation all the time. It's like jam on the brakes, big heart rate increase, and possibly an accident. But these are cars that are now telling each other about cars that are ahead. It's vehicle-to-vehicle communication.
So the one got the alert that you need to swerve out of the way, and then the car behind it, by virtue of the car in front of it, knew to get on the brakes.
So you couldn't see there was a car stopped ahead, but the cars told each other about it. And this is vehicle-to-vehicle communication. It's passive. It just gives you an alert. It didn't actually jump on the brakes. The driver did. And it's retrofittable for that reason to older cars because it's not invasive into the systems. Let's go to the TVs now, Donald.
Okay.
I think we've all agreed now, if you had to pick one product here that was a gee whiz product, maybe not the most important, but the biggest gee whiz, it's that bendable TV. You know?
I feel for the gee whiz factor, absolutely.
Yeah.
The product I
There it
want the
is.
most, I'll tell you later, but I do feel like this got the most talk of CES was Samsung's. You don't have to make up your mind now. Just take the TV, and you can decide later whether you want.
And leave
curved
your
or not.
$80,000, by the way,
Right.
and then take the TV.
Right.
Yeah.
Then you can play with the curve, uncurved button all you want at home.
Knock yourself out.
Test it out with your
Leave the
family
money.
and friends.
Yeah.
Right. Well, we don't even know if this TV is going to come to market. In fact, it seems like Samsung has made this as a proof of concept, but is mum on details about it.
I think they just announced it's going to be real, and like they'll make this many of them.
Right.
So Noah Lee from Monster will buy one to go with his Lamborghini.
Or like or the easel TV that they came out with.
Oh
last
yeah,
year.
that big boy that was here
Right,
last
yeah.
year. Yeah. So this is a curved flat, like you mentioned. I think the idea here is that people have noticed that they've been buying really thin TVs lately. They sit on the wall and they're nice and thin. Now we're making curved TVs that stick out of the wall 8 inches.
Yeah.
So here's one that you can have it curved when you want to watch it, and then disappear into the wall when you're not using it, so it doesn't ugly up your house.
I guess. I still feel like the curve fad in general is one that is being shown across every vendor, but
Yeah.
no one has said anything great about the benefits of it. If anything, they've been saying how glare becomes even more of a problem on a curved screen.
Yeah,
How your seating placement becomes more of an issue when you're looking at a curved
Yeah,
screen.
don't sit
You
off
gotta be
angle.
Dead center. The smaller the screen size, and by small I mean like a conventional 60-inch size
Yeah.
screen, if that's conventional now.
Yeah.
The smaller the screen, the more dead center you have to be. So
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, there's like there's the Warring 105-inch curved screens from Sony. Was it no,
LG,
Samsung, and
Samsung,
LG?
Sony, they all had big curved.
But that's the only way to do it, because at least then
Yeah, if you don't have a huge
little bit of
TV,
flexibility.
the
You
curve
could-
doesn't turn into. And the other thing we
Right.
noticed is if you really want a curved TV to look like something immersive, you got to get an extra wide, the 21:9 ratio, which is very rare. Vizio has had one out for a while, and then those 105s you're talking about
Right.
are 21:9. But there's very little shot in 21:9. A few big film
Right, that's
movies.
great for your Blu-ray content, but when
Then you're back to letterboxing
turning
again.
on
I thought we got
Netflix.
rid of that.
Right.
Now we're back to the black bars on the side there. So there's a lot of weirdness
But
here
an
around
absolute
relevance.
trend across the board at CES.
I think it's inevitable in a few years that you will be buying a 4K TV. We don't know if it's going to be curved or not. That seems like perhaps a gimmick, at least lowercase g. But a 4K TV is probably the next inevitable. Just like 3D, doesn't mean you're going to use the feature as much as you're going to have the
It's
feature.
going to come built into your TV. Whether
Exactly.
You like it or
Always
not,
remember
yeah.
there's a difference in usage versus ownership. Okay, Sony had an ultra short throw projector that solves all kinds of ergonomic issues with projectors. Check this thing out. It looks like a baseboard heater, I think
Yeah.
you were saying. I mean, it exactly looks like a baseboard heater. The door lifts up there at the top of this thing. It's huge. You see that big white thing on the floor? That's it. It's like a big piece of low furniture. And then it projects from, what is that, 12, 14 inches away from the wall, a non-keystoned, great big, I think it's a 75 or 80-inch display, and it's 4K.
I think they were saying it can scale up to like 140
Oh, that big.
inch. Like it's the way to fit a 140-inch TV into your home.
Because
They can get
you
this
may
thing
have a
through the
wall
door.
for a 105
Right.
or 110-inch TV, but you have a door that it can get
Right.
through.
You can put an Amazon box on this thing. You can order this thing up.
Right.
But this is the one I really want. Just blank check.
Yep.
And you would need it because what is it, like
Tens of thousands
tens
is
of
our
thousands
guess.
of dollars to get this thing. And to even shoot it, I don't think it does it justice because we have to have some lighting on here in the camera just to be able to show the actual projector.
Yeah, so we've kind of washed out the picture by shooting
But
it.
you're getting a beautiful 4K quality image at a size where you can really appreciate it, and you can walk up to it. I mean, you can.
Right.
You're not blocking the projector by walking up to it or scooting close. You're not worrying about where the projector is behind you.
Not having to put it in some high mount shelf. You know, I've got mine in a closet in the TV room. I have to open the closet doors. It sits on a shelf at about mid-level because it doesn't have great keystone control. It's just a mess. It's an event projector. It's not a regular use
And you're
thing.
not running cables either. It is an all-in-one
Right.
box, speakers
Right.
built in. I mean, it's a beautiful solution. If you're getting that perfect Dwell magazine,
Right.
you know,
Exactly.
like living room, that is the one to go for.
It's a hot product. It's obviously niche, but it's a really cool, fully thought out product. It seems to hit all the bases just right, I think. Let's see, what else we had? Streaming was a big deal to go into these 4K TVs as well.
Because that was the missing part of this 4K discussion last year was the content, right? I mean, Sony, in
what do you
order to show
watch?
off, in order to sell a 4K TV, they were going to give you that media center.
Yeah,
that
that little round
that
server.
Had 4K content
Yeah,
on
right.
it, right?
Here's a computer.
Here's
use
your
this.
4K content for the year. That's all you get.
All 20 titles.
Yeah, so Netflix announced that they have every intention of having 4K quality content streaming from Netflix.
Yeah.
Amazon came up as another option for 4K content,
right.
I believe, or at least they were another option now for a few different services.
And I believe they'll do download and stream, since they're big on both. Netflix, of course, stream.
Yeah.
And both of those guys have their own studios now. So they have certainly already been shooting in 4K, because most everybody in Hollywood is now. Which is the good news for content, is that it's already in the vaults as 4K.
Right.
New, recent stuff. So it's not a 3D pipeline issue where not much had been shot in 3D in the prior years, so you couldn't go to the back catalog and bring it to market. 4K is different. They've been shooting 4K for a while.
Well, I think the other interesting part of that puzzle, and you've been doing some research on this, was the actual codec involved in streaming 4K or running 4K content. Because I think last year that was going to be the huge headache of, even if you had the content, being able to get that on a disc or get that somehow into your TV was going to be a real struggle using the existing technology we had to encode.
Now the talk is about the H.265 codec, which is the next follow-on from H.264, which, if you do video production, you know that one well. And it apparently can move 4K at the same or smaller amount of data rate as current HD. So that's not just as good, that could even be better. So less data, twice the resolution. If it really works that way, it's going to be impressive. But remember, whenever you compress something, you are actually throwing out most of the information.
Right.
So are you taking something that needs to have full fidelity and stripping out the fidelity? It's kind of a weird little tail chasing
It's a weird shift in the market. Like, we're going to, at the end of this year, even if we have 4K TVs and we have 4K content, we're going to be looking at it. It's going to be a wash. We're going to be we're going in circles. The entire industry is revamping itself for 4K content.
But they'll get us to buy a new TV, and that's the big issue for the TV industry right now. They're on 2013 was their second year in a row that TV sales went down year over year, and that's the first 2 years in the history of flat panels that has happened. So there is, I don't think it's too much to say, there's a red alert in the TV industry right now. They have got a problem on their hands. And that's why they're throwing all this stuff out there.
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay, now let's see. We've got to talk one more thing in the TV area about Roku. That company revealed this week it's partnered with a couple of TV makers to put Roku technology, like on their little boxes, actually built into the TV. We've got Brian Tong standing by at TCL in the Central Hall to tell us more about the Roku television.
What's up, Brian and Donald? Now, we know that we've seen all these technologies here, OLEDs, 4K, and curved TVs, but really, we're still trying to figure out how the smart TV can be easy to use with all the content. We're changing our behaviors now where we're watching a lot of streaming content. Well, Roku is trying to be that answer. And what they've done is they've taken their entire platform from the Roku box and put this in the Roku TV. Now, they're partnering with TCL and Hisense, two Chinese manufacturers, making a big push in the U.S. But you can see here, this is what you would see when you first turn on your TV, an elegant, clean UI. You have your cable, your game, your Blu-ray, you just jump into it. You don't have to deal with inputs. And then what also makes this unique is at the tip of your fingers, you'll have access to things like your settings. We got on here in our home. Sorry about that, guys. And then down here, all your streaming services, Netflix. Also, a favorite of mine, CNET. I would recommend you guys check that out. Now, these TV sets are going to range in anywhere from sizes from 32 inches to 55 inches. They're looking to partner with more manufacturers in the future, but right now, TCL and Hisense are the first two launch partners. Also, you get a lot of these cool technologies and features, like we know about Roku's headset jack, where you can watch TV, listen through your headset, and that is going to save a lot of relationships. That's going to be up to manufacturers to incorporate into their systems. But again, these are going to be coming out sometime in the fall of 2014. But there you have it. One of the must-see products here at CES 2014 is the Roku TV, coming to you in 2014. Back to you guys.
Okay, so one of the things that David Katzmeyer, our TV guru, mentioned to us yesterday was he's excited about this because Roku is really good about issuing updates.
Right.
New channels, new interface improvements, and smart TV makers never do that. You buy that thing, and they forget you ever existed.
That smart software that's in there is what you're going to be stuck with.
It's dumb from the next day on, and it gets dumber as you own it.
The thing I find most interesting about the Roku TV is that it boils down your cable connection, your cable content, down to like a square on it. You're booting into, when you turn on the TV, not really a boot, but when you're turning it on, it's Roku. Right?
Yeah.
Your decision to watch cable over any other streaming content
is now secondary.
Is now an optional thing. You're not just being pushed right into that cable experience.
Yeah, normally you turn on the TV and you get to cable, and then you decide to go to an alternate input
to
watch.
I can't find anything on. Now I'll go to my Roku. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure that's why Roku did it. As part of the deal is like, look, you make us a primary type of behavior. We want to start to move the ball forward. And of course, TCL and Hisense, a lot of folks may not know these companies. These are one of the companies you come to CES to watch to say, what's the next LG and Samsung? who were the next Sony and Panasonic, who were the next Motorola and Zenith. It depends how far back you want to go. There's always another 2 or 3 companies every wave. These are the kinds of companies to watch. Haier, TCL, Hisense. You know, remember back 15, 20 years ago, there was a brand called Gold Star, and it was kind of low-end junk. Today, it's LG. It's really good stuff, and it's huge. So these companies come along really quick, and they can really make a big difference.
Vizio is another story like
Vizio,
that. Right?
yeah, another rapid startup, or rise up. Okay, some PC news, actually. Some more form factors and more operating systems came out. We saw computers that were doing 2-in-1. We also saw modular designs. There was this thing called the Razer Project Christine. So this is for kind of the hack DIY, you know, enthusiast market. And Razer's always got something interesting here. From those game controllers that have iPads in the middle,
Right.
to a game platform. And now this is kind of almost like a blade server model in the enterprise space, where you add and drop modules into a backplane,
Right.
and create the computer you want.
I thought of like the Drobo drives, like the kind of like the Drobofication
Yeah.
of the PC here. And so yes, it's a performance machine, really geared towards gamers. A concept it remains to be seen whether this is something that they really move on, but they've definitely put a lot of work into it. An interesting idea, but I mean it's a boutique part of the PC.
I could see our video editors at CNET loving this, because one of the biggest issues is always having to add more power, more graphics adapters, and especially more fast storage to our editing computers. Any of you who edit video, you know it's always about adding more fast storage, and then once in a while more processing power to go with the new software. Here you could add on those modules into a backplane. It's really a kind of a cool idea. I hope they message it to more than just gamers.
Well, I think it's an interesting take on the opposite end of the spectrum of what the Mac Pro now has come out. That is you can't really add anything to it. You are ordering that as configured, and breaking everything out over like what is it, Thunderbolt cables?
Yeah.
You know, to add accessories. This is really, you're buying it and you're doing whatever you want to plug in.
It's a cool looking thing. I got to say, I was taken with it. And I didn't think I was going to be. Then there were 2-in-1 computers with Windows and Android in the same machine. Now we're still trying to figure out, you know, do you need Windows and Android? Or are you going to do one or the other on different devices? But here's a detachable. It's an Asus. You can pull the display off. It becomes a tablet. Nothing new there. But what is new is that it can be Windows or Android when combined or detached. In the past, when you pulled the screen off, it was Android only. When you click it back onto the keyboard, it could then be full Windows. But now they've said, no, in any configuration, it can be any OS. That is making more sense now, because now I can do anything, any way. I still, though, don't know if I need a Android computer.
Yeah. It's also, I feel like what's appealing about this is also, I feel like, salt in the wound of the Windows 8 launch.
Oh, yeah,
right?
a little.
Because the whole pitch of it in Windows 8 was like, we are both your tablet interface, you know, for when you want to keep things kind of fun, and we can be your serious computer for when you want to get some real work done. Now this is like, you've got a third option now that really does that, you know, a mobile tablet experience.
Microsoft cannot be liking this, because Android is already massively popular, and of course Windows as a mobile platform is still, you know, quite small. The other one that this is interesting, because our Dan Ackerman, our computer guru, has been very impressed by this, interestingly enough. It's the tabletop Lenovo computer. It's basically a giant 27 inch. It's a great big thing, the Horizon they call it. It's like a small coffee table on a stand. The stand's optional, but you know, you typically use it. And you typically use it as a table flat. And they've put an overlay, a skin on it, as you're seeing right here, that allows you to do something beyond Windows. You do this kind of, you know, CSI kind of thing, where you're sharing things back and forth, and I'm flicking things to you, and you're flicking them back, and playing games, virtual air hockey.
Sure.
You know, it's a device that's been around 2 or 3 years now. It keeps getting revised. I've never seen one in the wild. I imagine they're out there. I'm sure they're for sale, but
yeah, I think if you want to deck out, you know, an office to make it look like a control room, you know, if you want to get your Starship Enterprise experience, this is the quickest way to do it. But I still don't see a lot of the practical applications of it.
I almost want it to be bigger.
If I'm triaging email, the table experience is not going to be helping me out.
I mean, it's for more visual and graphical applications, I guess, but I almost want it to be bigger so I can make it my desk.
Right.
You know, my desk at home, a 50-inch, and it's a computer, it's got good resolution, and I can, you know, I can work on it, and I can push papers aside, and I can check email, and then put paper back there again.
We also saw that Sony projector PC option that was for any surface you want. it's going to be
It projects a
projecting down
computer
like
onto your table, and it also picks up your hand gestures via, I think, laser, maybe it's ultrasonic. So you're actually using it the same way, but the computer's up there in the projector, and it's virtually here versus literally
So
here.
a lot of people are taking a stab at that idea.
Yeah, the tabletop is not going away.
It remains to be seen whether people really want it, though.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay, let's get into some gaming stuff now. PlayStation Now was big. This is Sony's way to give you the retro catalog on the PS4. You'll stream
and PS3. It was going across a lot of different options.
Yeah.
PS Vita. You could a lot of Sony's armory of devices can now have access to this PlayStation Now service, where you are, instead of playing the game directly on the device, you're streaming it back and forth.
Right.
I mean, so it's getting the input content, and hopefully with minimal lag time, giving you that game back to you. And so you can play here. I think in the demo, it's like The Last of Us is being played, like a PlayStation 3 title on a PS Vita.
And the quality and response looks good. I mean, if that's real, the frame rate looks nice, if they're really playing that over a real network and not just mocking it up. But that was a big deal from Sony, and it also has movie and TV content. So it's a complete streaming service of gaming and video content to kind of keep them in step as much as they can be with Netflix and Amazon, who are, sort of unmitigated leaders. Steambox is... This is a device that lets you bring lots of game platforms together in one.
It's like the serious PC gamers, version of an Xbox console. Like it's like a consolification of PC gaming. So it's been, the blueprint for this is out, and now we're seeing all the manufacturers making their own version of these Steam boxes.
Because this is kind of a reference design, Steam OS, and multiple companies, including Alienware, are building them.
Right. So a lot of people are excited to see these things come to market, especially at a time where maybe what they saw from Microsoft and Sony wasn't cutting it for them. This is a lot of different vendors bringing a box to market where they're going to be able to get a serious PC gaming experience and have a lot of options available to them. But they're all in that $500 range, kind of sitting alongside your PS4 and your Xbox. So you're not saving a lot of money, but you're getting a wider breadth of real serious games.
A little more freedom.
Yeah.
To play the game and the game era that you want to reach back to, and make sure it works currently.
And that Steam box, the Steam controller too. Like that was another big. Well, we've seen
controller.
That before.
Yeah.
But I think that it helps mimic that more of like the trackpad and keyboard experience, but in like a controller design.
Okay, so it really is bringing the PC game into a more modern era.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get into smart home and connected home stuff. A lot of this was about this year about getting big brand names. This is from Lowe's. It's called Iris. This is their control module. They've got a bunch of modules that go with it to do whatever you may want to do. Home security, smoke detection. They introduced water leak detection here that will turn off your water at the house if you have a pipe break automatically by itself. They also rolled out voice command, and of course they have cameras that go with wireless doorbells. The story here is that this has really gone mainstream at a lot of big box retailers that people go to all the time. It's no longer something you go get at some geek catalog that you aren't quite sure how to put it all together.
Right.
So this is the mainstreamification of this. And then we also saw iSmart Alarm is another company that came out with a similar kit. Again, not being sold so much in big box retail, but unifying all the possible sorts of sensors and controls. Here's Belkin Wemo, their smart plugs. You've got so many different products out there that lets you control your house. That brings us to the question of, do I have to have a different app to control all the different brands?
Because then it can become cumbersome. We're like, well, how do I check my garage again? Which app is it?
Which app does that? Because I might have Philips light bulbs. Right. I might have, a Lowe's Iris garage door automation.
Your Belkin crockpot.
Belkin crockpot, emphasis on crock. And so the question is, so how do you really do this? This is the next thing we saw. Revolve is an example. At Home Depot, it's a hub. Kind of pricey at $300. There it is right there. This will talk to many brands of connected home gear. And you have one app that talks to the Revolve, and the Revolve talks to the different devices. This was a big trend. There's the app there. There's a really big trend here at the show. I think it's important because people do not want to have 4 or 5 platforms of connected home.
Right. I think
not worth it.
It's one of those products that's ahead of its time, because I don't feel like a lot of people are experiencing the headache of having their connected home all fractured. But once they do, then this product's going to make more sense to a broader range of people.
Yes, and if that's a little pricey for you, $300, kind of a lot of money to add to your existing investment. For $100 at Staples, we saw this thing called a Smart Hub that does roughly the same thing, has a different collection of brands. You see the phone next to it there, and again, it's just a simple app that controls all the different brands it works with. None of these guys work with every brand of connected home gear. There's another example of the simple app and all the things you can do with connected home. Irrigation, sound system control. It's gone beyond just fire and intrusion detection to things that we actually like to do and not things that we just worry about.
And for you, it would be mostly like spying on your cats.
Cat cams. All cat cams. 6 cats, 7 cans. That's a good ratio. I recommend it. Belkin Wemo, they added LED light bulbs. There they are right there. You can control these wirelessly. That's not new, but they're new in the space. Unlike Philips Hue, theirs do not change color. But also, unlike Philips Hue, theirs have motion detectors built in, which the Philips Hues don't, I don't believe. And they also added, the one we just mentioned, the Internet slow cooker, the crock pot, sorry. Yeah. Stupidest thing I've ever seen.
Oh, come on.
The idea behind a slow cooker is that you don't have to control it.
Right.
Now they've given you a way to control it and fuss with it. Turn it on when you want, turn it off when you want, turn the temperature up and down. That's not a slow cooker. That's called a saucepan. And we've already got those.
I had no idea this was the product that upset you the most from CES.
Drove me nuts. Drove me nuts.
All
and
right.
it doesn't have, I don't think we have a picture of it. It doesn't have Belkin's great design, sleek white lines and all that. It looks like a crock pot from the early 80s. It's kind of black and chrome, and it's got this bad Betty Crocker look. It's like, throw it
Grandma
away.
doesn't have a lot of ways to show that she's up on the times, but if she's going to make one investment this year, it's her connected crock pot. I think it's pretty cool.
Thanks, a great gift. Appreciate it. All right, one last thing, a little kicker here. This isn't a product. It was probably the most interesting story about playing Smash Mouth tech and policies. T-Mobile's CEO, John Ledger, said they now will come to their carrier, leave whoever you're at, and they will pay your early termination fee. And it's not a promotion. They say this is their policy from now on. You want to come to T-Mobile? You just went to Verizon a week ago? No problem. What's your break-off fee? $450? Fine. Come on over. We'll pay it.
And it's great because I feel like that's usually where the pain really sets in is week 1, week 2 into your new carrier, realize you're not getting the reception you want. Or
you've just lost your little window of return.
Oh, no,
it's 3 weeks in or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, come on over.
These guys will say,
pay your bail.
Yeah, I was very impressed by that. But T-Mobile's been the kind of in-your-face carrier for a while, that whole uncarrier thing they're doing. Yeah. And when they started to do one of those fast upgrade plans, when that was the big deal last spring, theirs looked on paper to me like the best, the one that really would let you save money and upgrade frequently. So that's not a bad follow-on. Well, that's the show about the show.
Right.
That encapsulates CES 2014, I think, for the most part. Whoa, which camera am I going to? I'm getting dizzy. This doesn't say the show is over, by the way. CES goes on for the rest of today and in tomorrow as well. We got a lot of great programming still coming here at the CNET stage. More coverage, photos, and analysis from our editors at ces.cnet.com. For Donald Bell, I'm Brian Cooley. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you later.
I layered it and made it very bouncy and Victoria's Secret-y for you. She's yelling at me because I didn't cut my hair. I'm like, after the wedding. It flows, Bonnie. Reporting from the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas, I'm Bridget Carey, and this is your CNET update. CES 2014 is wrapping up, and it's been a busy week of news on bendable TVs.
So the only way they can hear us is when we're, the only time they hear, hey, what's up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Only time they can hear us is when we're over the,
Yeah, well, he could actually disconnect the remote.
Oh, okay, cool. Gotcha. All right, so you'll bring us in on the break? You'll bring us in on the break?
Feels like it's
Like, you'll let me know when we'll do like the 10 minute, okay. Yeah.
Sorry, man.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? Welcome to the 404 Show live from CES 2014. I'm Jeff Bacalar.
And I'm Justin Yu.
Welcome to the 404 Show, everyone. We're here live at the CNET stage. It's very exciting.
Yeah.
Right? You can tell how excited we are to be here. I'm excited today because on the program, please help me welcome GameSpot's Peter Brown. Round of applause for Peter Brown,
Hey, everybody. Good to be here.
Yeah, thanks for
Good to see
being
you guys.
here.
Yeah,
Well,
thank
good
you.
to see you, man.
Yeah.
Peter, you obviously have a big background in gaming.
Yes.
Gaming has decided to show up this year.
Yeah, finally. CES with a lot of gaming content.
Shocking.
Yeah.
It doesn't really happen. So there's been some cool stuff. Is there, off the top of your head, is there something that's like completely jumped out at you?
Yeah, Razer totally caught me off guard. So
Yeah.
they've got a new modular PC. It's a few years out.
Right.
And it looks like it's out of a freaking sci-fi movie.
It looks like kind of almost like a Blade Runner sort of instrument.
Yeah.
It's
it
called
could fit.
Project
Yeah.
Christine.
Project Christine. Yeah.
It's like this exoskeleton sort of tree, right?
Yeah, there's like a chassis running up the middle that I assume is where the motherboard is.
Right.
Everything from the GPU to your hard drives, the power supply are kept in these little compartments. You just slot them right in. It's oil cooled, so it's really quiet.
Right.
But it's also a few years away.
So oil. I thought oil was
yeah.
for warming. How
no.
does that work with the cooling? Right? I'm not crazy. Right?
Yeah. Well, I think the difference between oil and water is it's a little bit thicker, so
Yeah.
it can probably handle higher temperatures.
Okay.
And I mean, who knows what Razer's really going to go with? I mean, I
Right.
think oil is sort of uncommon, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
It's a little strange.
PC gamers have been building their own machines for a long time now, right? So I'm kind of confused about who this is for. Is this for like the dedicated gamer or the guy who's just lazy and just doesn't want to buy his own components?
It's for the lazy guy with a lot of money.
Okay.
It's for the lazy
Yeah.
guy with a lot of money that doesn't want to, doesn't sort of like want to be bothered with pairing stuff up. Right.
Yeah, and it lets you actually configure your own machine, but you don't have to get inside the system. You don't have to mess with any cables. The only cable is the power cable, the one to your monitor, and then whatever mice or keyboards you have connected.
I mean, you just look at this thing. I'm not sure this is really. I mean, it's an amazing looking device aesthetically.
Yeah.
Might be a little bit of an eyesore after a while. It's except for Christmas time.
Razer is really heavy-handed with their design, right?
Yeah.
So it fits with their portfolio, and they've also got a really good fan base. So, I mean, I think the right customer will pick it up and love it because it's a Razer product.
Because they'll buy anything.
Yeah,
They'll buy anything with that logo on it.
Maybe.
What I thought was really cool is in the video for GameSpot, actually, he was talking about how you could actually do a subscription model for the components, where if you just didn't want to buy a whole new GPU every month when they eventually come out like that, you could just rent them out and swap them in as you want.
Yeah, that's really unprecedented. I don't think anyone has done that in the past.
Yeah.
And it's like you're saying, you pay a monthly or annual fee, and whenever something new comes out, depending on what tier you're subscribed to, you get the latest and greatest hardware just mailed to you from Razer.
It's like Omaha Steaks, but for graphics cards.
The one caveat here is that anything that you're going to add to this machine is going to have to come from Razer themselves.
Right, because it's that proprietary sort of enclosure.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And whether or not hardware manufacturers are going to want to work with them to make that happen is still yet to be seen. But we'll find out.
But it looks pretty.
Yeah,
it looks really good.
I mean, they just got to build something that glows green, and I'm into it.
Yeah, it sort of reminds me of that phone blocks concept.
Right,
Everything's
exactly,
modular
yeah.
technology now, where you shouldn't have to buy one piece of technology, then upgrade it every single year. It's really nice to finally get that.
It's the illusion that you're like building your own thing.
Yeah,
which I'm
exactly.
into.
You can even upgrade the display too. I remember the guy who was demoing it said you can either buy a power button, which is the standard, or you can get this crazy display that pretty much tells you diagnostics for the entire computer.
Yeah, it lets you boot into different operating systems. It'll show you the little logo. It's it's pretty cool.
Very snazzy. So how far do you think we're actually away from seeing this?
Oh, I mean, I kind of think of it as Project Fiona, which came out as the Razer Edge, that tablet device with a controller. That took about 2 years after they announced it for it to finally come to market. I'd say probably 2016, the beginning of 2016, we might see Razer actually announce a release date.
Yeah.
That's all speculation. We don't
I
know.
mean, and just it gives me shivers just thinking about how much this is going to cost.
A lot of money.
It's not going to be cheap at all.
Razer is not for the budget-conscious consumer.
Right. I mean, this could be easily like a $3,000-$4,000 investment.
It's depending on the configuration that you want. I mean, maybe the first tier will start at $1,500, right?
Right.
Who knows?
They had some really interesting modular pieces. There was one with like it looked like a radar. There was some sort of like display on that. What was that about?
Right. Well, that's what Justin was talking about. They refer to it as the fancy screen because they don't really have a name for it yet. And
Fancy screen.
Anything that you would actually, want to get information on about your system, whether it's the speed of your hard drive, temperature, anything like that, they can display there for you.
Right on.
Yeah.
All right, let's continue the conversation. This is an open discussion. If anyone has a comment or question, raise your hand. We'll bring you in on the conversation. I want to talk about PlayStation Now.
Yeah.
Right now.
Right now. Okay.
This is something that we knew was coming in some form. Sony had acquired Gaikai, the streaming company, and turns out they use CES as the platform to announce PlayStation Now, which will be hitting in the summer, which will allow you to either rent or subscribe to a service where you can play the entire legacy of Sony games on a multitude of devices. Have you played it? What do you think?
So one of the editors that I'm here with, Justin Haywald, he got a chance to play it, and when he described it, it's basically just like playing a PS3 that's in the same room. He didn't experience any issues with latency or anything like that, but the server he was playing off of was right next door.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and that's basically like having the PS3 right next to you. That's a problem.
Yeah, and I think one concern people are having is not so much the latency of the video signal, which is important, but the input lag.
Right.
Because when you send that command to the video, that's a server away, you're doing it sort of with what you saw, but what was actually rendered a few seconds back.
Exactly. So there's a little bit of like a back and forth that has to happen for what you put into the controller to come back on screen.
Right. So like a fighting game might be too intricate and require need timing.
Right.
But something like Beyond Two Souls or The Last of Us.
Any sort of platformer where you would just train yourself to have that built-in latency.
Yeah.
Are you also at the mercy of your internet connection as
Yes,
well? I know
absolutely.
a lot of companies, service providers actually cap your bandwidth. I think Comcast does that.
Yeah.
That seems to be like a big problem if your internet isn't as fast as, say, your opponent's online.
For sure.
What's interesting about that is back at Gamescom in August in Germany, Sony was talking to the European audience who have inconsistent internet in some areas.
Right.
And what they were saying is we're going to be working with ISPs to create a more robust network. I mean, saying that could mean anything, right? It might just mean that they're trying to figure out the best way that Sony can manage with what they're working with. But down the line, you might see PlayStation Now as a really viable service.
Yeah. I mean, you said your buddy didn't experience a latency issue.
Right.
I think I did see that. I think I did experience it. I played it over at the Hard Rock.
Okay.
And God of War just jumping just felt like I don't know, maybe it's all psychosomatic. But I felt like something wasn't 100% right.
It stands to reason that there will be latency issues, and it's still such a young technology. But I think it's great that Sony is doing that, and it makes a lot of sense that they didn't put backwards compatibility into the PlayStation 4. I mean, because that would have been a whole lot more money, that the consumer would have to pay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would it have been though?
Oh, I think so. Because for the PlayStation 3, Sony worked with IBM to create a proprietary chip. It was very expensive. Really strict manufacturing specifications. A lot of yield ratio issues. So
But don't you think that the PS4 is powerful enough to just emulate that?
No.
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 Fair enough.
Sorry.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
I think the big thing for me, you like you said, you have to take into consideration the internet capability of just America.
Yeah.
There's a huge chunk of our country that's still on dial-up, still on DSL.
Yeah.
Something like this is completely out of their wheelhouse. It's just not going to be available.
Yeah, but you think about it, Sony sells TVs, they sell Blu-ray players, right? They can put this service in any of those devices. You don't have to be using a PlayStation 4 or a Vita to play all these old games.
I mean, we played it on a Bravia at the demo there.
I'm imagining they're also kind of shooting this toward the customer that already has a good enough internet connection to run Netflix, for example, or something like that.
And that's basically what it is.
Right.
If you're always trying to market to the lowest common denominator in technology, you're never going to progress.
Yeah.
So I think this is a really good first step for them to kind of set a new precedent for this sort of technology, assuming that they can get it right and continue to work and improve upon it.
Let me ask you guys a question. So you guys got the briefing and everything. I didn't actually get a chance to see it in person, but I'm wondering about the subscription model itself. Yeah. Is it a pay-per-title service, or is it going to be a thing like Netflix where they already have a database set up and you just pay a one-time fee or a monthly fee, and then you just pretty much get your choice, all you can eat of whatever you want to play?
And it sounded like they were talking about a monthly subscription.
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
I think that monthly subscription is going to give you pretty much open access.
Right.
Okay.
And then there's a renting sort of model as
If you
well.
just want one or
Right.
something like that. And what about games that you already own, say like either physical or digital games? Are you going to be able to get those onto the PS Now? By the way, when I see PS Now, all I see is P Snow. And that's not good for the shortening version. That's just my own thing. But
If you
yeah.
look at the PlayStation Vita, in Japan they allowed people who own PSP games to pay a small amount of money to get that title digitally on their Vita.
And how did that work? How did they prove
I don't know
that?
about the actual details.
Like
I think
you take a photo of your disc and
I think it had something to do with scanning a barcode.
Yeah.
I don't exactly know, but they did do that, and that system is still in place. It did not translate that over to America.
No.
I think in America, anyway, people are used to sort of paying for new things like that, and Sony is going to just sort of take advantage of that expectation that we're going to pay for new services.
You watch, they'll buy Last of Us 14 times. Yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
So you may still have to keep your PS3, PS2 plugged in regardless if you want to play those discs, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just not going to include the entire legacy of games. I think it's pretty interesting that, when we go back to the whole internet issue, you'll be able to see what your experience is going to be like before you pay anything.
Oh, really?
It sounds like you'll be able to do sort of like a check.
Yeah.
And I was talking with the director of marketing for PlayStation Now, and he said that it'll basically give you a sign of like bad, good, okay, and you go on from there. So a lot of that is going to be, tethered to
I'm sure
where
a lot of
you
gamers
are.
will use that as an excuse for when they lose.
Right.
Just
Man,
didn't have a good enough connection.
I was between okay and bad. It was, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. All right, we're going to take a break. Does that sound good?
Let's do it, yeah.
When we come back, more 404 with Peter Brown talking more about all the gaming at CES. Stay tuned. We will be right back.
Saying I can get AT&T's network with a data plan and unlimited talk and text for as low as $45 a month?
$45 a month.
Wow. No annual contract?
No annual contract.
No long-term agreement?
No long-term agreement.
Really?
Really?
Okay, so what's the catch?
There is no catch.
Okay, I'm obviously getting nowhere with you. I'm gonna need to speak with a supervisor.
I am the supervisor.
Oh, finally, someone I can talk to.
It's not complicated. New smartphone plans starting at $45 a month with no annual contract. Only from AT&T.
The fastest, the biggest, and the brightest gadgets in town.
Barbie has quite the high-tech dress on.
It's big, it's boxy, it's made of shipping containers. Nobody outside Google really knows what it is.
So how do you be smart about Black Friday?
You plan ahead. Don't assume that what you see in the circular is a good deal.
Welcome to CNET's The Fix.
The show about DIY tech and how-to.
My absolute favourite bit of this car, gotta be the noise.
This is going to change your life.
That's right. Talking to you.
All right, welcome back to the 404 show live from the CNET stage at CES 2014. We don't just do this here. We do this every day back in New York.
Single day, Monday through Friday.
Absolutely. So check out cnet.com/the404 for our daily show.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Absolutely.
We haven't talked to each other in a long time.
I know, I haven't seen you in a bit.
Yeah, it's been
anyway,
great.
Okay, back to Peter. So Steam. Let's talk about Steam.
Yeah,
This is like Steam's show. This is a very big deal. There was an event. When was it? Monday night, where Valve basically announced 13 third-party manufacturers that are building their own Steam machines, Steam boxes, if you will.
Yeah.
Some of them are cute and adorable.
Yep.
Some of them are massive and cumbersome and really ugly looking.
Yeah, there
What
is
do
a
you think,
there is a very wide range of Steam machines out there, or as I like to call them, simply PCs.
Yeah, right. I thought you were just going to call them steamers.
Steamers.
Yeah, but that works.
I'm more polite than that.
Either way.
A little more class than yeah, I mean, so it's great to see that Valve is sort of trying to get more people into PC gaming. I think the platform is wonderful, and a lot of that comes from the fact that they've been so successful with the Steam platform.
Sure.
But one problem that they're having, I think, is that they have so many manufacturers making so many different types of machines at different price points. It's not really clear who their customer is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think it's very strange, especially, the whole idea with this is getting PC gaming into the living room, right? That is like number one on the objective
And you
list.
immediately think that means that they're trying to compete with consoles.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's a weird sort of thing because a lot of these things will not have Windows on them, and you're basically limited to the amount of games that only work on SteamOS and like the Linux sort of environment.
Yeah, Linux only supports OpenGL.
People don't know that.
They don't. Most games run on DirectX. That's
I've talked
Microsoft
to a lot of
proprietary
people.
tech.
They don't know this. They
don't.
think they're just going to play every multi-platform game and have it be like that.
And Valve is not being entirely forthcoming about this.
Right.
I mean, rightfully so, right? They want to just get people interested first and then let them learn the details.
Sure.
But it's going to come down to the hardware manufacturers to say, by the way, if you're only going to buy this with Linux, you're only going to get about 200, 300 games on there versus the 65,000 games that are on Steam. I don't know. It's a large number.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it seems like if you're a dedicated console gamer that wants to get into the PC gaming realm, then you're gonna sort of have a paradox of choice here. You know, a lot like a lot of Android users have when they have to go through a million different phones. But you know, if you're a PC gamer, you probably already have a pretty good setup at home.
Right.
Who is this for?
That's exactly what he was saying. Like, who exactly is a Steam machine for, and who is that person that wants that and not just a gaming PC that they would hook up to their TV?
This is like buying an iPhone, but not for the cellular service or any of the internet browsing, but just to use as an MP3 player. It just doesn't make sense.
Kind of.
Yeah, and all the manufacturers have different ideas of who their customers are going to be, but you know, they're calling it a Steam machine. And Valve so far has imposed no limits. Like, you don't have to license that name. So people can be selling all these Steam machines, but really that might hurt Valve's perception because this is their initiative primarily, right? And if they don't have a clear message, consumers aren't going to know what they're getting.
Right.
And that's hard for people who are just trying to sort of jump in easily to swallow.
There's no consistent sort of level of quality that they're, you know, managing and regulating.
Yeah.
And it's kind of fragmented.
Yeah.
Why do you think that there's just no one Steam box? Why is it that they had to sort of put it out into a bunch of different manufacturers? How come they didn't just make one themselves?
Well, yeah, go on.
I mean, Valve isn't a hardware company, right? Traditionally, they've said that they don't want to get into the hardware business. They were even saying at the event on Monday night that we'll make as many as we have to make. And to me, that says we'll make as many as we have to sort of inspire hardware manufacturers, like show them what works. But I don't think you're going to see Valve selling their own machine. I will say a company like Alienware, who announced their small box, they're well recognized in the gaming space, even outside of that, and they're owned by Dell. And I think that you're going to find that Dell and Alienware are going to be able to sell a machine that's going to attract the console consumer, the person who's used to spending $500 now on like a new gaming system. If they can hit that price point and have better graphics than a console, that's the sort of thing that people want to hear. You know,
It sounded like the entry-level version of that was going to hit that $400 to $500 sweet spot.
Yeah.
At least that's what we heard at the event on Monday night. Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see. For me, you know, I think even the casual gamer who is enticed by PC gaming, you know, oh, I have PC gaming friends and they won't shut up about how it's such a superior experience over console gaming. Those guys are also able to upgrade their graphics cards every 2-3 years. They're able to pop in more RAM and replace and swap stuff out. You're not doing that with a lot of the sort of proprietarily built Steam machines that we saw on Monday night.
Yeah, there are a lot of these really small Steam machines that are supposed to attract the customer who just wants that little box, but those are running like mobile GPUs, mobile CPUs. It's going to be kind of underwhelming when you imagine PC gaming as this amazing resource for incredible graphics, right? You're not going to get that with something that's built for a laptop, and I think that's going to catch some people off guard.
For me, it's just kind of a letdown. You know, if I'm a guy who maybe money is like, you know, okay, and I can venture out and I want to get that PC gaming experience with you know, better frame rates, better textures, you know, and I buy like an $800 Steam machine and I'm just sort of not wowed by it. I'm gonna be like, well, what the hell did I just do?
And that's the sort of thing that I'm worried about is going to hurt Valve's brand recognition for this Steam machine.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Let's talk about prices for those Steam machines, though. Did you guys actually see price tags attached to those? I mean, 13 of them. It seems like they would want incremental prices for, you know, from low to the high end. Is that the case?
It sounded like Alienware was going to introduce something in that $400 to $500 sweet spot. No real commitment on what that price is. But then, you know, you have a company like Digital Storm that basically had a gaming PC and slapped a Steam logo on it and was like, here you go.
Yeah, they're $1,000 Steam machines.
Wow.
You know? Yeah, and they so Digital Storm, like Origin, those guys are working on stuff that looks a little bit different from what they used to have.
Right.
But it's still a robust box with you know, really expensive innards, and it's not what a console gamer is looking for. And if you ask them who they're marketing towards, they're saying the wealthy person who doesn't really consider money an object. It's like buying a car. They equate it to a Ferrari, right? If that person is able to afford the best, they'll buy the best.
Right.
Let's talk a little bit about the controller.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I've had a little bit of hands-on with that. What were your thoughts of it?
It's still early.
Yeah.
You know, Valve is talking about putting a touchscreen in the middle of the device. Right now, there's 4 buttons in place of that. There are 17 buttons total, and then there are the 2 trackpads, which each have their own buttons. That's 19.
Right.
And then you can map buttons to wherever your thumb is on those trackpads.
Right.
That's a lot of inputs for people to keep
intense,
track of.
yeah.
And either software developers are going to have to create profiles for games to support this.
Sure.
But Valve has actually said they're going to make it the community's responsibility. Not responsibility, but they're going to allow the community to create their own. And, you know, through just the distribution of the community, figure out which ones work best. So they're actually saying like, you're the developers here. But they're actually putting the burden on us to figure out how to use it.
Yeah, I don't want to work for them.
I don't want to work for them.
Absolutely not. All right, let's switch gears a little bit and finish up with the Oculus Rift and all of the cool stuff they're doing. I assume one day they will have something for sale. It's pretty exciting.
Yeah.
They are pairing Oculus Rift with a gaming exoskeleton this year, which I guess you sort of like feel getting shot. Is that the whole point?
I didn't see that part. There was feedback involved there?
There's something kind of wicked going on.
Well, the exoskeleton part that I'm familiar with is the motion tracking, right? Because traditionally Oculus, up until now anyway, you're only able to like pivot in space.
Sure.
Right.
Now it's got positional tracking using a camera and motion, movement detecting little dots that the camera reads. And so you can go down now in X, Y, and Z space, but that doesn't account for your shoulders and your hands, right? And so if you're playing a game where, you're in the game doing things, but like your hands are still, like it still creates that dysphoria, right?
Yeah.
So
are you, do you think this is something that, I think they have the best shot at VR, but do you think this is something that could really take over?
The exoskeleton or Oculus?
Or Oculus.
I think Oculus is going to get a lot of support. People are really excited about it, and they're being really careful with when they're saying, what the final feature set will be, when it's going to come out, and the price, because they equate it to building a house of cards, right? They're going to get every little card right, add it to the house, and then they have the complete structure, and then they're going to offer it to the consumer. And I think that involves market testing, waiting for technology to improve. People are already excited about it, and they don't even know when they're going to be able to get their hands on it.
Right.
So as they keep adding features, and when they finally announce a price, which I think will probably be around $300, I think people are going to latch onto it pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think the Oculus Rift is probably something that gamers will sort of latch onto as time goes by, but this exoskeleton sort of seems like too much. Every time I see someone strapped into one of these things, I'm like, this guy is selfish and super lonely. Like he doesn't want to play with anybody. It's like seeing the guy just with one pair of 3D glasses on at home, but nobody else can watch because he's only bought one for himself.
Right.
I don't know, it just seems like this thing where, do gamers really want to suit up before they actually want to play? It seems like they just want to like sink into the couch, become the couch, and play games for a little while.
I think you're going to see the Oculus represented in very different markets.
Yeah.
People are assuming that like, oh, I can use this in my living room. But like you're saying, it's probably not the best experience. I met with a company called VRcade from Seattle, and what they're talking about is sort of similar to a holodeck from Star Trek. They create an entire room, like think about laser tag, right? And there are objects in that room, like props, and everything has these little trackers on it. And there are cameras that are seeing where everything is. When you've got the Oculus Rift or any other VR headset on, everything is represented as it's rendered from the computer. So in that scenario, it's more of like an entertainment thing in an amusement park. I think that's where you're going to see things like the exoskeleton come into play. Because if you're in your living room and you don't have any relation to your environment, and you're swinging around and like shooting things and rolling, you have a pet. I mean, what are you gonna do? Lock up your pet every time you want to do this?
Just strap it to
elbow
the-
your dog in the face by accident. Like that's not realistic.
Right.
But there are other uses beyond gaming that they're trying to explore as well. Like airlines, for example.
Right.
Last year they had a demo where you were in a virtual cinema. So it was like you were sitting in the middle of a theater and you had the movie screen and you could look all around and you would see other seats. Imagine being in an airplane where you can just block out the fact that you're in a tight little can with hundreds of people.
Right.
You're just in a movie theater. I mean, you get to drop out of reality for a little bit.
Yeah.
And I think you're going to see, airlines get really excited about that because maybe it'll only be first class initially, right?
Right.
But that's a pretty good incentive to offer
I'm
people.
scared of that though.
Yeah.
I would want like a mounted camera on the nose of the plane.
Yeah.
And get that view. Like that'd be kind of terrifying and awesome.
I don't want people to get too comfortable on airplanes, though. If they completely forget that there are other people around, that could present some danger there.
My thing with the Oculus Rift, I think it's great. Every time I've put it on, I'm blown away. Yeah. But I also was kind of blown away the first time I used Wii Bowling.
Yeah.
And the fact that I have to like move around now with any sort of motion control thing, I instantly have a terrible reaction to that. And I'm scared that the amount of motion required for the Oculus Rift experience might get to that point where I'm just like, all right, my neck is killing me.
Yeah.
What am I doing?
So there are some games such as Eve Valkyrie, which is a space combat simulator.
Right.
And that's been developed from the Rift from the ground up. And in that scenario, you're in a cockpit. And if you're in a cockpit, you're in a chair. Maybe you have your hand on like a wheel or some sort of steering mechanism. You're not going to have to move your whole body.
Sure.
But it offers a really great experience. There's what the military does for some things is when Air Force pilots want to track enemies, they actually use the trajectory of their gaze through their helmet to lock on. And that's something that's been replicated in Eve Valkyrie. So it actually incentivizes you within the game to sort of just tilt your head just a little bit to become better at it. And I think at that point, you're not really concerned about moving so much because it's actually really fun and really cool to do.
Right. That's a little different though than like, playing on your couch, defending the country, or just like trying to win a game.
Yes, it's very different.
It's
Yeah,
very different.
I was
wanna
just,
get that straight.
I was trying to give you some relativity.
No, that's amazing stuff. How you know that is beyond me, but I appreciate it, man. Hey, Peter, thanks so much for being here.
Thanks for having me. It was great.
Everyone, stick around. We're doing some giveaways, so make sure you don't go anywhere. That'll do it for us. It's our last CES show, man.
This was a good year, though. I had a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Join us back when we're in New York. CNET.com/the404. That will do it for us from CES 2012. There's a lot more to come right here from the CNET stage, so stay tuned, guys. We'll see you. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, so
Okay, livestream.com/CNET/CES 2014. All right. That didn't work.
Hey, I'm Jason Heiner from CNET, from ZDNet and Tech Republic, live here at the CNET stage at CES 2014. With me, I've got some of my partners in crime. I've got Bill Detweiler and Ryan Huang from ZDNet Asia, all the way from Singapore. And we've got a very special guest from Lenovo, Tom Butler. Tom, thanks for being here.
Thanks very much. Looking forward to it.
All right, so Tom, you guys, let's jump right in. You guys have announced some really interesting stuff at CES. And obviously, our audience is a lot of business users who use technology to get work done and are already very familiar with their products. So why don't you brought a lot of cool stuff with you. Let's jump in. You tell us about some of the most important things you guys have announced here at CES.
Sure, especially for the business professional, we're very excited about launching the X1 Carbon. So this is our continuation of our X1 Carbon, last generation to this generation. You would, of course, expect it to be thinner, lighter, better battery life. In this case, we've gone about 1/10 of a pound thinner, lighter. So we're at 2.8 pounds, 14-inch. But really, the inside is where the magic starts. So we have a beautiful quad HD screen, 2560 by 1440, 10-finger touch. And then we have an adaptive keyboard. So in place of the function row, we actually have 4 distinct keyboard rows. And based on what you do, what program you open, it will expose the right utilities for you. So if I opened up Skype as an example, it will rotate to a control of my speaker, my microphone, my camera controls. If I went back and opened up Internet Explorer or a browser, it's going to open up web browsing controls. So now I have back, reload, new tab. So we're really starting to focus on more of a natural user interface or interaction with the device. So it's presenting out the right utility, the right tools for you based on what you do at that time.
So we've been kind of calling this contextual computing, where your computing environment adapts to you. It knows something about you and that it adapts to you. And you guys have kind of embraced this with this function key. So this function key row, there's no function keys.
Oh, there are function keys as well, yes.
But instead of, there are the function keys.
Oh, absolutely. We have F1 through F12 as well. Yes, one of the 4, absolutely.
But it'll automatically adapt based on the program you're using. If you're using a web browser, if you're using a communications program, if you're using those kinds of things.
Exactly.
But you can also switch it yourself.
Yes, you can easily toggle through the 4 rows. So you can override or drive to whatever program or utility you want. But again, what we're trying to do is make this more of a natural experience with the device. So it's starting to think for you or present to you what you want at that time. So I open up a voice over IP program. I have controls for my microphone, camera, speakers.
How about you guys have put some software on top of this, I believe, right? With on top of Windows 8 that does some voice and gesture, like a gesture not on the screen, but through the camera, right?
Exactly. So we actually have. It's be difficult to show this, but I'll show. We have camera gestures built into the chassis, so I'm actually playing music in the background, and I can control the music in the background, start, stop. I can advance tracks based on that as well. And the nice thing is I can do this when it's running in the background. So I have my gestures on. An important call from ZDNet comes in. I need to stop my music and take that call, but without tabbing over or opening that program at that point in time. And then from a voice perspective, we've also loaded Dragon Natural Assistant on the device, so you can now start interacting with it in conversational mode, with conversation as well. So really tried to amplify the natural user experience around this product. Again, all the while getting thinner and lighter and better battery life. So it's 2.8 pound, 14-inch. So yes, it is quite light.
And even just as importantly, you flip the logos around.
Oh, indeed, yes, yes, indeed. Well, so that's a great change for ThinkPad. So if you'll permit me, for many years we've had the logos oriented inside to you, the user. So it's a personal device, personal computer. A lot of feedback from our customers. They wanted to open up the product and show
everybody else to see.
Indeed, so let me show you what I'm carrying with this great new thin device. Still oriented towards the inside to you as you open the device, of course.
All right. How about mobile devices? It's becoming a more crowded, competitive market. How does Lenovo plan to differentiate itself?
Sure. So we've just announced at CES our brand new our first LTE product. This is our Vibe Z. It's a 5.5-inch screen, super bright, FHD screen as well, and also it's running the Qualcomm Snapdragon 800 processor, and it's one of the thinnest on the market from that perspective. So in places where we're playing in mobile, we have a great LTE product. This will come in at a starting price of $549. for this for the Vibe Z.
Nice.
So super thin, super light, great all-day battery life as well for this product.
And at CES, wearables has become quite a big segment. Where does Lenovo come in? Are we expecting something in the next CES?
No future plans at this point that we've come out with, but yeah, the juices are always flowing, of course.
How about tablets? I mean, this is a phone. You showed us one of your laptops. We've got some more to talk about. What about this one? Why don't you tell us a little bit about what you guys are doing there?
Sure. So if you think about, we're starting to look at these devices. I mean, we all are starting to carry more and more devices. So how many devices are you guys carrying? 1, 2, 3, more. How about in the audience? Can I have a show of hands? How many of you guys are carrying more than one device? Or clap of hands, perhaps, since we're not on TV. There we go. Getting a little bit of noise out there. So when we look at computing devices, mobile devices, we really see it in terms of degrees of mobility. So this is the most mobile device. That's the one you're going to put in your pocket, carry with you. On the other end, you have the full bore, Core i7, fully loaded notebook device. But in between, we're starting to see more and more interest in devices that can do something beyond just a tablet or beyond just a notebook. And that's where we start looking at these two-in-ones or multi-mode devices. So now I'm showing you, this is our 11-inch Mix product. And you have the capability of running this is full core Haswell Y processor, so Core i5, Core i7 computing power. But it is a tablet form factor. So I have an 11.6-inch screen, have that computing capability. So I really have a multi-mode device because I have tablet, of course. We've designed it around a clamshell form factor. But then the beauty of it is I can also go into an entertainment or content consumption mode. And on the back side, I now have a JBL subwoofer facing me. So I'm sitting at home, or I'm sitting even better on the airline tray when I fly home, and I've got this great multimedia experience, the JBL powered subwoofer facing me.
It's a lot of speaker.
Indeed. So you've got this great two-in-one device, and it's one of our multi-mode family of product. So Lenovo, again, looking between the spectrum of smartphone all the way to notebook, has started to drop in multi-mode devices that do more than just a standard notebook experience.
With all the hype around mobile devices, with the phones and the tablets and the multi-mode devices, where does that leave PCs? I mean, Lenovo was still a major PC player.
Absolutely.
So how do you get people excited about, PCs?
Well, you should have saved that question for the Carbon. So that all of that natural user interface is put into the device and the thin and light sexiness of the product itself. So we're continuing to innovate really across the board. So we have full innovation on the notebook. It's alive and well, as you say. We're spending a lot of innovation and time on our notebook side, but then we're running it across our other products. So another example of that. So here's our another notebook that we have, which is our Yoga 2 Pro. So in this case, again, I have a standard notebook, but as most of you probably know, our Yoga product does something beyond that. Past 180, it folds all the way back into a tablet. First time we showed this, of course, everyone cringed as we went past that 180. Are you breaking the device? Of course not. What we are doing with this, though, is building in more of that natural user experience or that interface. So we're starting to add contextual computing based on the mode that you put the device in. So as I fold this back, I'll go into stand mode as an example, and it starts presenting me with applications that are relevant for that mode. So stand mode is more of a content consumption, so I'm presenting you with multimedia content.
And is that interface customizable?
It's not customizable at this point. Certainly as we're looking out towards future releases of this, we're looking at customization. But right now what we're trying to do is educate our customers about the uses of these modes to take advantage. So more into content consumption with stand mode. I go into tent mode, and I'm presented with applications that are more relevant to a touch screen, because now I'm tapping on the glass, and so I'm presented with I'm presented with applications that are relevant to that mode. And then finally, if I go into tablet mode, I'll be presented with more a tablet app as well. So now I'm interacting with more games, more content of that nature. So again, recognizing what mode the user is putting the device in, and then presenting out content that's relevant to that experience.
So to the PC thing, you guys also announced a 27-inch tablet, right?
Absolutely, yes.
What's that about? What,
oh,
27-inch?
Yes, the Horizon 2. So that's a continuation of our tabletop PC or device, and you could call it the one of the largest tablets. I gesture with a tablet on my shoulder, so to speak.
It's not really a tablet. It's more like a giant touchscreen PC, right?
Think of it exactly. It's an all-in-one, but exactly, it's a portable all-in-one. So we have a rolling stand or table with the device, but you can also carry the device unplugged, because one of the things we've done is we've significantly reduced the weight, thickness, and increased the battery life. So now I have 4 hours of battery with that device, so I can physically carry it. In fact, we should have carried it up here and put it out, and allows you to interact with it in family room setting, in boardroom setting, if you will, and so you have games, you have different applications, and as you put it into a flat tabletop, we expose the Aura interface, where we have an open SDK and have many game partners, education program partners have loaded up games for that exact style, including the use of joysticks and rolling of die, a physical die on the glass itself. So you have this significant enhancement in terms of usability with the device.
So you talked about giving user interfaces to what people want. So you brought the Android to the desktop. Any plans for different operating systems for the mobile devices as well, like Chinese operating systems, like Alien for your handsets?
So right now, Android on the handsets, and we have of course Windows devices, but we also have Android devices, Android tablets as well. So another one of our product lines that we announced recently was our yoga tablets. So these are our yoga devices. They're built around a laptop cylindrical battery, which gives significant battery life. So I get up to 18 hours of battery life on these. So you think pretty much double the battery life of a standard Android tablet.
So all the batteries in that handle?
All the batteries in the handle, exactly, you identified it. It's also a handle, so now I'm physically holding more of the weight in my hand versus spreading that weight across the glass. And then we've built in a kickstand, so I actually have the capability of standing the device up. And I'll have to tell you a great story. So I actually flew out with this 8-inch device on the airplane, and I was looking at it, playing a movie, and I realized I actually closed the airplane seat and put this in the slot and held it up right on the back of the airplane seat. I'm not recommending you guys do this at home, but I was able to watch that multimedia. And
because it could fall. You're not recommending it because you're
afraid
it
could
fall.
Yeah. But no, I was able to clip in, and I was able to, of course, put it into any configuration and tilt the device. You can also rotate down and type on the device and use it in multiple modes. So again, it's sort of that multi-mode family of product that we're showing out here. So this is we have an 8-inch and then a 10-inch device as well. For the yoga tablets.
Now, you mentioned, Tom, the phones, but you guys announced 4 phones at CES. That's right, and this is the LTE.
Yeah, this is our
one.
This is our flagship. The Vibe line is our
Z.
flagship, and the Vibe Z is our 5.5. We have a Vibe X, which is a 5-inch phone as well.
But you haven't announced any carrier relationships yet. You're simply announcing that you're making these phones and bringing them to the U.S. market, because as I understand, they're already in China. They're in other international markets.
Yeah, so we have this in actually 25 countries. We've rolled out phone coverage in 25 countries. No plans for the U.S. at this point.
Okay.
You've seen some longer-term projections. We have aspirations to come into this market. We really time the markets that we go into based on having the right product set, having the right, certainly the products, the right relationships with the carriers, and making the service capabilities as well. So no plans, aspirations, but no firm plans at this point.
Excellent.
We've talked a lot about mobile. We've talked a little bit about PCs and laptops and the convertibles. I mean, what do you view as technology trends that are going to have the biggest impact on Lenovo and the industry this year and even beyond that?
Sure. So one of the things we're seeing, and this has sort of resonated with the CES this past year and this year as well, is 4K, 2K. So it's this enhancement of the user's experience when they look at the screen, or the customer's experience. So one of the things we did announce this year was a 28-inch 4K, 2K monitor, a professional monitor. But the great thing about it is the value. So we have it as a starting price of $799. So it's a gorgeous 28. It really is about this large, 28-inch 4K,
we'll talk
2K.
About that after the show.
Indeed. There we go. So what we're trying to do is bring 4K, 2K into the mainstream, because we can drive 4K, 2K content off of our standard notebook devices right into that. And so it's just the start. So I think there's this concern about the content. When is it going to be ready? it's ready now because your device can scale up beautifully to the 4K screen as well.
And that can run off existing devices?
Yes,
can run the video cards like the...
Yeah, we've been running it all week on the Carbon. This is the standard Haswell GT2 graphics card.
And it can power a 4K display?
Absolutely, yes.
Wow, at $799.
$799.
That's pretty aggressive.
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Now you guys also have though, don't you? You have another version of that because that's more aimed at professionals like graphic designers and that. You have a more prosumer version of this display, right? That includes a little something extra.
Little secret sauce on the backside, right?
Okay.
So,
yeah. Tell us about this.
Indeed. So we've taken the same 28-inch display and we've then layered in touch screen capability with that. So now I've got a 10-finger touch, 4K 2K monitor. I drive the touch connected with USB into the notebook. It also has multiple HDMI inputs and a single display port, so I could plug in PS4, Xbox One, a set-top box, DVR. Doesn't really matter. I've got that great 28-inch screen. The beauty of it is, though, when I unplug all those devices or shift or turn those devices off, I'm left with an Android operating system. So I have full Android KitKat 4.4 when we launched this. It's running on NVIDIA's latest platform. And it allows me to look at content on this gorgeous glass. The nice thing is, if you take a tablet app, an FHD tablet app, it scales beautifully to 4K 2K screen.
So it's essentially an Android all-in-one after that. I mean, you could hook up a keyboard to it. You could, do any of those. Does it have Bluetooth?
It does. It supports Bluetooth. Keyboard has multiple USBs as well.
How
I
about
would look at it more as a 4K 2K display, and I've got Android running as well.
And does it have to be run by a Lenovo PC? Could you run any?
No,
can you run any PC?
Device? As again, three HDMIs and a display port interface.
Put a Blu-ray player in it.
There we go.
Roku box.
You got it.
Apple TV, any of it.
Yep.
Okay.
Couldn't bring that. It was not quite mobile. So.
Yeah, that was.
Yes.
So what's the price point for that one?
So the 28-inch is $799. It'll be available in April timeframe, and then the smart display, the touchscreen with Android, will be available in July at $1199.
Okay.
Yep.
Very good. So, last question, Tom. As someone who works in the technology industry and is here at the show, you come to the show regularly. What's the stuff that you see at the show that you're just most interested in as a technology user this year, looking at when you look around in your various spare time?
In my spare time, yeah. So I have so much. Well, clearly, I look at this space very closely, to see what else is coming out. Then if I step outside of the mobile computing, I'm certainly looking at the wearables. We talked a little bit about what's coming or what we're looking at as well. But I look at that is just the start of that industry. Very much like we see these multi-mode devices, sort of the Gen 1s, the Gen 2s of these. We're seeing the Gen 1s of the wearables as well.
Yeah.
So more to come in that space, certainly. So looking at that space. And then, of course, the 4K 2K. So 4K 2K was all the rage last year at CES. Seems to continue to be the rage this year. Now, of course, we're going curved glass as well. We'll see if that plays out or not. But definitely, we're embracing 4K 2K this year as a company with our monitor as well.
Without a curve.
Without a curve,
thankfully.
yes, we're flat, yes.
Excellent. Well, Tom, thanks so much for being here.
My pleasure. Really enjoyed it. Thanks very much.
All right. I'm Jason Heiner from ZDNet and Tech Republic.
I'm Bill Detweiler.
I'm Ryan Wang.
Thanks so much for being here. See you next time. I'm Jason Heiner here at the CNET stage. I've got with me my partner in crime, Bill Detweiler. And Bill, we're going to have a little fun now.
That's right. We're going to crack something open.
All right. So let's get to it. But Bill, while we're doing it, tell the audience what we're going to be cracking open today.
Yeah, so today we've got a Surface 2. This is Microsoft's latest tablet here. There's two versions, a Surface Pro 2 and a Surface 2. That's the one we're going to take apart.
And we're doing this one because this was the one that you ranked as your biggest headache. What did you call it? What was the name of that?
Yeah, it's the most annoying cracking opens of this year. So
this was number one.
That's right. You know, we do this for a couple reasons. You know, a lot of people ask us why we take things apart. And we do it for, it's not just sort of the pure enjoyment of seeing what's inside, although we do like that. we really do it because we want to show people that if they break, they can be fixed. And we also hope to show them that, you know, what are the points of potential failure for these devices? Now, if everybody in the audience was here earlier this week and they saw us do our torture tests, we obviously can't fix things like this. You know, this was a Nikon Coolpix camera that we had a bus run over. I can't do anything with this. But I can, this was an actual iPad mini, and we froze this in a block of ice. And then we dropped it off a 12-foot ladder, if anybody was here.
Yes.
But it actually still works. The only thing that's wrong is the screen's damaged and the digitizer's broken.
Yep.
So that can be fixed. That can be replaced.
Excellent.
So that's why we do cracking open.
To help people realize that they can fix some of these things, or in some cases they can take them somewhere and have them fixed.
That's right.
They don't have to write this off and go get a new device
they don't have to
necessarily.
just abandon it and get a new one.
I mean, don't you think with all, this is the number one thing that we see is people dropping devices and, you know, the glass breaking.
We see cracked screens and dropped in water.
Yep. 3 to 5 years from now, we're going to look back and laugh at the fact that these used to be glass, don't you think?
I hope so. I hope they're indestructible by then.
All the material science is really working on better things that won't break, screens that won't break. But in the meantime, if you do break your device, one of the things that we do on Tech Republic is we regularly crack open lots of different kinds of devices. Talk about some of the devices you've cracked open this year besides the Surface Pro.
We've done the Surface Pro. If you hang around later today, we're going to do the Samsung Galaxy S4, which exactly the opposite of this is a dream to take apart. We've done PCs. We've done a dozen other tablets. We've done laptops. So we've done servers. We've run the full gamut.
What about, you know, we were one of the first ones, this is actually kind of forgotten, but we were one of the first ones that started doing these teardowns. Do you remember what the first one we did was?
It was the Xbox 360.
Yep.
So we had a lot of fun with that.
The first one
that
in
was
2006.
The first one. Yeah, we did that. It was a lot of fun. And, you know, we did the PlayStation 4, we've done, or the PlayStation 3, and then we've sort of migrated onto tablets.
So when you're going to do a tablet, Bill, what's the first thing you're going to do to try to get this thing open?
Okay,
because
with these Surface, with a Surface like this, one of the reasons it's the most annoying thing that I've ever taken apart is that the screen is glued to the housing in the back. And that's a problem because in order to get this off, you have to heat the edges. Now, there's a couple ways to do that. You can use an iron. You can use a heat gun. You can use a hair dryer. On this one, I used a heat gun. And the problem is the back of this is plastic. And it does things like this. I don't know if they can get a tight shot on that. If you look at the edge of it, it's warped.
You can see it warping from
I actually warped some of the components when I was heating the glass. So it's not, you know, it's not the best thing to do to your device. Whereas an iPad with a metal back doesn't have that problem. Now, this device I'm going to take apart, after I heated the edges of the glass, it still took about 30 minutes to using a small metal tool.
Tell them how long you had to heat it for, because this one
It's
took
about
hours.
30 minutes.
Oh, did it
to
take
an
only
hour
30
to
minutes?
to get this front off. This one, you know, like a cooking show. Anybody watch cooking shows, right? You know, they always put the ingredients together. They put it in the oven, and then they, you know, they take it out 30 seconds later because it's all done through the magic of TV. Well, I'm kind of doing this with this one. This is the one I actually took apart. So it's already pre-baked, if you will.
So imagine that we've just spent 30 minutes to an hour, and now we're done. He's heated this, and now we've lifted it off.
All right, so let's take this off. The other thing that makes this really hard and annoying is the fact that it has these really small little connectors here, and they're very fragile. Now, connectors like this are on lots of tablets, but on these, on the Surface 2, it's really fragile. They're easy to break. And if you break one of these connectors, the device is almost toast.
Okay.
It's almost impossible to resolder or to replace one of these on a motherboard. But you have to be very careful and you can replace these ribbon cables like that. Once you do, you can finally replace the screen. Now, so if this Surface was broken, if I were to drop this and break the screen, you could, if you get a replacement part, you could replace this screen a couple $100 maybe, depending on the cost of the replacement, and you wouldn't necessarily need to trash the whole device.
Now, there are two pieces here, right? There's the glass and the actual display.
There are two pieces. So there's a front panel. This front panel is the digitizer. That's what takes your gestures. It takes the input from your fingers, translate that into cursor movement. And then there's the actual LCD display on the back. Most of these devices now, they used to be two separate pieces. They still are, but they're fused together, so you really replace them as a single unit.
So if one breaks, you got to replace both. You're going to replace that whole unit.
The other.
And how about ordering? If this one broke and you wanted to replace it to yourself, how can you order just this part to replace that?
The best place is the internet. You know, check the internet. You can check eBay for spare parts. You can check different parts suppliers. There is also a lot of retail shops that have popped up around the country to help you replace parts like this too. They may not be able to sell you the part, but sometimes they will order it, charge you an hourly rate to replace the part too. Now that we're inside the Surface 2, the other thing that makes this really frustrating and it just drives me nuts is the screws.
Okay.
There are over 60 screws inside this device. And they're all 60. They're all different in lengths. They're all different head sizes. Now, I like mechanical fasteners. You know, I really want fasteners that, you know, because they allow you to use screwdrivers to remove them. They're not glued in. But 60? I mean, come on. What were they thinking? So I'm going to go ahead.
As this compared to like what? Like the device you're gonna crack open this afternoon. How many would be in something like that? Like the Samsung Galaxy
the Samsung,
S4?
maybe half a dozen.
Okay.
Something like that.
So
I mean,
6 versus 60.
6, 8,
now, bigger
12.
device, much bigger device, but still.
Yeah. The other thing that makes the Surface 2 really hard to take apart, and I'm not sure why they did this. The device is fairly thick. It's not the thinnest tablet in the world, and I don't really like that. I like, you know, tablets to be kind of thin. But there's all these extra layers of plastic inside. So you can see that there's this extra bezel that we're going to take apart here as fast as I can get these screws out.
So that's part of what you're doing now. You're going through and you're taking, there's a lot of these screws are in this bezel, this plastic bezel that you're taking apart. Why? Is that one of the reasons? I mean, do they just want this thing affixed so that it's strong? Do the screws help in any reason?
You know, I honestly don't know. I haven't talked to Microsoft. I'm sure maybe the engineers, the designers that built the device and had a reason. But every other tablet, Samsung's, the iPads, they found a way to do it without having a lot of extra sort of plastic pieces inside the device usually. Most of the time, the front panels are actually just glued directly onto the frame, not to this kind of strange little, this little plastic piece here.
So we could chalk it up to Microsoft being new in the hardware business,
could
possibly.
be.
This is their second tablet,
sure.
though. You cracked open the first one. How does it compare with the first one?
All right, so this is the really sad part about this. The first Surface 2, not the Pro 2, was really easy to take apart. There were screws, external case screws on the back of it. You took the back off, you could get direct access to the battery.
Surface RT you're talking about.
The Surface RT, yeah. Now, the Surface Pro, on the other hand, was like this. The front panel was glued to the rest of the frame. It was very difficult to remove the screws. You know, I'm not sure why they made the switch. I do think they probably had a reason, whether it's a lower manufacturing cost, whether they thought that it improves sort of the lifespan of the device by holding things, you know, everything in the device more securely. But you know, for whatever the reason, they went with this design, and I'm just not a fan of it. Now,
so one thing, it does illustrate, though, the fact, Bill, that, you know, one of the things that cracking these things open, we actually learn a lot about these devices, and we learn there's a few things that we can learn about their strategy and what they're doing, right? So in this case, we know that Surface Pro and Surface RT, now just Surface 2, are very different products.
They're very different products, and they're like most tablets, they're not really meant to be disassembled. Now let's see if I have all of the battery. Okay, so I have all of the screws removed, but still, you know, there's all this plastic. I don't know if anybody, let's see if I can get it loose. there's all these little plastic connectors that hold this piece of plastic in place.
So
I'm gonna hold
do these
this
connectors
up.
break sometimes when you're
They
popping
do.
something out like that?
Uh-oh, there went a screw.
There's one
so
screw.
they do that too.
Never find that one.
So I'm not sure why they included this piece of plastic just to glue
Okay.
the frame together. Once we get inside the device, you can see the layout. So you have the battery here, motherboard along the top. We have a camera up here, the front-facing camera, speakers right here. So again, you can see, I don't know if we can get a shot of all the screws laying here on the table. I mean,
yeah.
odds are you're going to drop one, like I just did. Odds
Yeah.
are you're going to lose one.
Never
Are you
find
going to
out.
remember where they all go? So that makes it really sort of difficult to take
Now,
apart.
some of these are different sizes too,
They're
correct?
different lengths, they're different head sizes.
Okay.
So in your standard toolkit, I use a lot of different tools to
Yes.
take things apart. I use plastic spudgers. I use thin metal blades. We have tweezers, very small precision screwdrivers. These screws actually I had to buy special screwdrivers for.
Yes.
These are Torx. I had to buy
Okay.
T3, T1, T2 Torx. Every other tablet I've been doing for the last several years hasn't had anything that small in it, but
Really?
the Surface did. It's such a big tablet, I'm not really sure why you need that small
Such
screw.
small screws.
Um,
And now some other, they're not the only ones that are doing, these are more, those kind of screwdrivers are a little bit harder to get a hold of. They're a little more specialized. You're not going to go down to, Ace Hardware or somewhere. And,
Usually not, no.
and
You're
buy
going to
one
have
of
to
these.
order. They're not hard to get off of online,
Uh-huh.
but you can't just go down to usually Lowe's. In fact, I did. I went to Lowe's. I went to Home Depot. I went to the local hardware stores, even the Radio Shack. And I said, do you have this size screwdriver? And they're like, no, I don't have this size screwdriver. It's like, why? Not anyway.
So all these very technical tools, what you're saying is people can go and they can order these on the internet,
Yeah, they can
look
get
up
them on the internet.
spudgers,
They
they
can
can
do
look
it
up, what
themselves.
kind of, tell us the name of the screwdrivers again.
These are Torx screwdrivers.
Yeah.
They're just T1 and T2, T3. And they're not necessarily they're not inexpensive. They're not really expensive. I think this set was $50.
Okay.
But there are a lot of places that you can get them.
And we've gotten more sophisticated as we've done these. We have some great pictures from when we first did these early cracking opens where we've got metal spatulas stuck in the side and butter knives where we were, prying things open. So it has gotten a little bit more precise
It's a little bit
as
better.
we've gone along. Huh?
Other things to sort of take into consideration when you do this, people email me all the time and they ask me, well, how can I fix my device? How can I, do this myself? Can I save money doing it? And I kind of tell them, I said, well, it depends on what the device is, depends on how new it is, depends on your level of technical expertise. If you are sort of fairly mechanically inclined, if you don't mind sort of taking the risk, then yeah, you can do it. You can find a part, you can take it apart, you can replace the part yourself. But if you're not, then I always recommend, look, just take it to somebody that knows what they're doing, let them fix it, avoid the aggravation, avoid the headache. You don't have to have all this spread out all over the kitchen table and, somebody, your kids, your spouse coming in going, why are you taking out my kitchen table with all this broken stuff? And there's also the possibility that you can make the problem worse. Like I said, I warped the plastic. It's never going to go back like it was exactly. There's always going to be a little bit of damage on the outside, although it didn't affect the functionality of the device.
Yeah, and
Here,
I should say along those lines, go ahead, Bill, you were going to
I was
say
going to say here we're actually removing the speakers. So these are the little speakers that the Surface 2 uses. We pop those off. Again, these connectors that connect to the motherboard.
That is
they're
a really tiny connector, yeah.
They're really tiny connectors. So if you break this, it's pretty much toast.
Yeah.
I mean, the tablet will still work. The speaker just won't work, and who wants that? So you do have to be very careful when you're doing this. You can't rush it. You can't get overly zealous. You can't.
Yeah, you have a real Zen thing you do with
gotta be
these.
kinda-
Because you'll have little wires like that won't want to come out, and you'll kind of just fidget with them, rattle them back and forth a little bit until they finally come loose. You really have to. You have to be patient in order to do this. I mean, I should say, Bill is kind of like a brain surgeon with these things. We had a period where we were doing more of these cracking opens, and we had a number of contributors, freelancers that write for us, and we sent some of the materials, some of the devices to them, and had them crack them open. They almost always came back in a pile that looked something like this, when we got them back. One of the things that really Bill is great at is almost always he gets them back together in working order. I can count on one hand the number of devices that he's broken, since 2006 when we started doing these. But a lot of it is that you're really patient with the device. You don't force things. You take your time. Sometimes you'll wiggle something a lot longer. You have more patience with it than I would have.
It does help. I mean, that to be patient, to not rush things, and to be gentle. I mean, you do get, and this took me 2 hours to take apart when I first did it. And that's the other reason we do this. When you're taking the screen off, you don't necessarily know where this cable is going to be.
Yeah.
You don't know if there's going to be a cable right behind this edge where you're poking on it. You don't know if there's going to be, if you're going to slip and you're going to cut the cable. If you do that, it's gone. I mean, you can't get it back. So one of the reasons that we show people what's inside the device is we'll take the hit on it, right? You know, I'll spend the money, I'll take the hit on this. When they go to do it, they know exactly where that cable is. They know, oh, go this far, but don't go any further. Avoid doing this.
So Tech Republic takes it for you on that one.
We'll take the hit. If I break it, Jason doesn't get too mad at me, right? I mean, you don't yell at me.
Well,
I haven't broken anything really expensive.
That's true.
None of the servers. We've done $10,000 servers.
Yes, we have.
We've done $7,000 laptops. So we haven't broken any of those.
Now, we have had
luckily.
times where you got something back together. You did exactly what you're doing now. You put all the device back together, and then something won't work.
Every once in a while,
right?
that happens.
Like a speaker won't work, and it turns out it's often one of those tiny ribbon cables like that one you had pointed out earlier that isn't quite connected. So sometimes you'll have to take the device back apart and go in there and again use a lot of patience to figure out, okay, what is it that isn't quite working right.
You're exactly right. I mean, and that's really frustrating.
Yeah.
Because you just spent an hour taking the device apart. You just spent an hour, now you've got to take it back apart, putting it back together. But I sort of pride myself in being able to make sure that they work, and we use these devices. So people often ask us, well, why do we really do this in terms of, you're just damaging the device, you're destroying the device. No. Almost all of the devices we put back together, we give to our editors, we give to our contributors, and they use those devices when they generate content. So if we have an Android writer, if we have a Microsoft writer, they can use that device to test apps, to test those devices. So we don't trash them, we don't throw them away. We do try to be careful with them, or as careful as we can. I'm trying to do my best. I don't know how far we'll get with this. I want to get the motherboard out just to kind of show you guys what that's like. The one thing to remember that people ask me, if the screen breaks, we can fix that. If one of the ports breaks and it's not sort of soldered to the motherboard, we can fix that. I have had people email me with problems. They've received some type of either an electrical short because they dropped it in water and they didn't get it dried fast enough, right? Yep. Or they've also had it, physically damaged, and they worry about their content, the data that's on it, their pictures. I said, that's very difficult to get off. If the device won't power on, if none of the ports work, if I can't replace the port, if it seems completely dead, if the motherboard's dead, your data is probably still there. I mean, it's still on the flash memory.
Yes.
But getting it off is not easy. It's not cheap. You almost have to take it to somebody to do that.
Yes.
And I had a lady who emailed me a few weeks ago, and she had 1,000 family photos on there. And at that point, it's kind of, I feel really bad. I really want to help her. But beyond sending that device to some type of data recovery specialist, there really isn't a whole lot you can do at that point. So
it's true. There are some data. Don't give up on it if it's data that you really like or really want and need. Take that data or take that drive to somebody that has a clean room, that is a data recovery specialist. There are a lot of really good ones. The price of that is not cheap, but it's less expensive than it used to be, and there's a lot more companies that do it really well and can turn it around in a decent amount of time. So don't give up on it if it's something that is literally invaluable to you.
Right.
You can take your data and get it recovered.
If it's your doctoral dissertation. I mean, if it's irreplaceable photos of a loved one who's passed away, then don't just give up right off the bat. Definitely go ahead and explore the options out there. It may not be cheap, but if the data's that valuable to you, then definitely you can get it. You can get it back.
I mean, we're talking,
better yet, back up.
Better
You know,
yet, back
that's
up.
what I
That's
always
right.
tell people.
Very good.
You know, better yet, just back your data up. You know, either to a cloud service, either to a second device. That's always, you know, the best sort of option. All right. Well, I think we've got. Is there one more screw hidden somewhere?
We've got the mother.
There's two more screws. So you can see how frustrating this is to disassemble. All right. I'm going to lift this motherboard out, and there we go. So I don't know if we can kind of show that here. This is the motherboard. This is what this looks like. The metal shields on there, when I do cracking opens, I will usually take the metal shields off to try to show the chips underneath of them. Our audience is also really interested in knowing what this is. For example, this has a 1.7 gigahertz NVIDIA system on a chip, and so it's really kind of interesting. Other things, you know, if the camera were to break, you can take the cameras off, you can remove those. If the motherboard is toast, ordering a new motherboard is not necessarily practical.
These are very custom, right?
They're custom. I mean, you can do it, but again, all your data's on here. It's on the chips on here. So you don't necessarily have the option. It's not like a computer where the motherboard dies, your data's stored on the hard drive. You can take the motherboard out, replace it, put a new hard drive in. On this, it's all stored on flash chips. And so unless you backed it up, like I said, you know, if you have to replace the motherboard, it's pretty much dead.
Yeah.
So you can fix your devices. You know, check out Cracking Open on Tech Republic, the Cracking Open show on CNET, and you know, if you have problems, email me. I'll do my best to help you guys.
Now, another things you did mention, Bill. One more thing. You know, one of the reasons that we do these, one of the other reasons we do them is that figuring out what chips are which. Because again, that tells us some interesting things about the company we may not know, who they're partnering with. You know, who are the companies that maybe up and coming chip companies, companies that are making progress, companies that maybe aren't, you know, partnering with, you know, big companies anymore. So it is a really interesting exercise for that reason as well.
It's a lot of fun. It's really interesting.
Very good. All right, well, come check out Cracking Open on Tech Republic. You can find Bill Detweiler there. You can find him again on the CNET. We run the show, Cracking Open, regularly on CNET as well. We'll be cracking open the best devices of 2014. So come check it out. Thanks, Bill. Good stuff.
Yep.
All right, I'm Jason Heiner.
And I'm Bill Detweiler.
See you next time.
after. Oh, when we pull this off.
I'm doing one. So we would talk. Oops.
Yeah.
Like wherever, do we have to?
They know the order in which we're talking about everything. It's basically the same order here.
Mhm.
And so they've got everything like lined up for when we talk about it.
Okay.
So there will be B-roll for
Let me,
people to see.
oh, look there. Your tweet's up there.
Oh, it is. It's good.
Yeah.
Pretty much the only time you guys will be talking to the cameras from the top and then when you're signing off. So what we've been doing is
have you look left and right?
fly down.
Make sure that stays okay.
Oh, that one just popped out.
Right.
Like, did it pop out of my ear?
Yeah.
No. That's okay.
No, not yet.
You want to test it?
You retweeted. You guys already.
Sure, no worries.
You retweeted and tested.
Lynn. Lynn has the first one, Brian has the second.
Yeah, and then whenever we roll a video or something that takes over, I'll point to the monitor so you guys see that you're not
On camera, so we can pick our nose. Oh wait, but there's still people out there.
Yep.
Well, I can't hear. Yeah. Yeah. Am I supposed to look?
Yeah, I heard. I was like, where's the voice?
Oh, I can't hear him though. I just heard mumbling.
Hi everyone, and welcome to Dialed In, coming to you live from the CNET stage at CES 2014. We are going to run down all the smartphone news and trends for you at this show. I'm Jessica Dalcourt, joined by Brian Bennett, Lynn Law, and Kent German, your CNET mobile experts. Well, this was a very interesting show for a lot of reasons. First of all of the big names in smartphones pretty much took a hiatus this year. We didn't see Samsung, we didn't see HTC, Motorola, Nokia, not much from LG either, but there were still phones. So Lynn, you've got one here. Why don't you tell us about what you saw?
I have the LG G Flex. Fortunately, we were able to see this before CES 2014, but they really emphasized it here, along with like their 4K TVs.
So this phone is on sale right now worldwide,
yeah,
correct?
It's available. It's going to be on AT&T, Sprint, and T-Mobile. That's what the news that they announced this year. So I'm really looking forward to that.
So the most interesting thing about this phone, of course, is that it's got a curved screen, and you got a chance to actually review the phone. Do you think that this is an exciting or interesting phone for the U.S. market? What do we feel about having it on 3 carriers?
It's definitely an interesting form factor. I mean, Samsung also has something similar to it, except it curves the other way, and this one's it curves and it's flexible. But the fact that it's coming on 3 carriers, I was really surprised about that, and it's like something that's very exciting for, especially for AT&T, who announced their phones this year.
So it sounds like LG is really committed into making the curved phone and maybe even a little bit of a flexible phone. Can you give us a little demo there?
I don't. Like right here, if you could press it down.
If you press down, I don't know if you guys can see it.
I was afraid of it the first time I did it, but now I could really.
It does make you a little nervous. You're suddenly like,
yeah.
It accepts something like 90 pounds of pressure, is that right?
Yeah, I think around that, like 88 pounds of pressure could withstand that much. So yeah.
So you theoretically could sit on it and it not crack, right? That's the idea. If it's in your pocket.
Kent, will you give us another little demo right there?
Oh, sure. See, put it down like this. Oh, I know. You just have this urge not to do it. You think it's going to be bad. And then,
but it works.
Remind me what the scratching on the back
is.
is,
Yeah, it
too?
has like a self-healing coating that that they say that is featured in like cars too for like their paint jobs, and you could scratch. It's for usually daily wear and tear and stuff like that. So it's not really used like if you have like an X-Acto knife, it's definitely going to cut. But you know, if you throw it in your purse, if you just throw it on the table, it definitely will not accumulate the kind of general scratches that we normally see.
So if you have it with keys in your pocket, then I think the nice thing about it too is, you know, the curve isn't just a gimmick, because it does help with the viewing angle of the watching any movies or video on the screen.
We saw a lot of this with TVs too. So curving is definitely going to be something we see in the year.
Can you set it on the side?
Oh yeah, you can sit it on the side. It's like it has like a really.
It kind of like bends the reflections away from what you're looking at too, right? It improves the visibility that way as well.
And Lynn, we've got no pricing or availability on this yet, right? The carriers themselves are going to announce all of that information. Brian, you've got a phone right here too.
That's right. So if I can dive right in, essentially this is the, I don't know if you guys can see, this is the Xperia Z1S, and this is basically the US version of the Xperia Z1 that was shipped globally, but now it's on T-Mobile, and it has basically all the flagship components that you expect. Has fast processor, huge screen, and as a matter of fact,
is that about 5 inches?
It's 5-inch full HD, and the camera's 20 megapixel. It is also water resistant and dust resistant, so you can drop it in, you know, up to 3 feet of water for 30 minutes, I believe, and you're fine. It has, you know, watertight. I don't know if you can see this here, but it has watertight seals around each of the ports, similar to a lot of the Xperia phones.
And it looks pretty high-end too. Like the build quality on this looks nice.
Yeah, it definitely looks nice. It's very shiny. It's very sleek, very thin. So you can see here the little flap here covering one of the ports. I think it comes with a lot of memory. Has a pretty nice camera. So this is a really good attempt by Sony to get back into the smartphone game, which is I gotta say really great. That waterproof thing is something I still can't get used to, though. The idea of like, oh, I can dunk it in water. I mean, you even put it in the sink and turned it on and just ran into the bottom of the sink.
But because most people aren't really going to dunk it in water, it's more like you don't have to freak
out
if you accidentally spill something.
I think a lot of people do.
Just go for a dive in the pool.
All right. Well, actually, cell phones have ruined throwing people in the pool at pool parties.
Yeah,
they really have.
that is
you
true.
Just can't do it anymore.
I demand that we change this.
Before it was just your wallet, your keys. Now it's like your phone is going to be ruined.
Actually, there is a company here that has kind of a cool thing. They say that we're doing things backwards with the whole seals. Instead of worrying about the rubber gaskets and things like that, what you should be doing is waterproofing the internals. So they've worked on a coating to do that.
Oh, yes.
It's kind of cool.
Yeah, definitely. There are a lot of people who do that after the market. You know, you can give them your phone and they will like pump it full of some sort of nano coating, which will
Exactly.
lock it all down and make sure that there's no water damage at all.
So pool parties, safe again for pranks.
Okay, that's good to know.
So T-Mobile has this phone. AT&T also announced that it was going to carry a phone that's been previously released globally. This is a trend, right? Global first, and then at CES announced that.
Yeah, it's like boy bands.
You took a look at that one, right?
Yeah, so in addition to the G Flex, AT&T is going announced the Asus Padphone X. It was basically a smartphone that you could plug into the rear side of a tablet, and the tablet is powered by the processor from the smartphone. And we took a look at it, me and Luke Westaway from CNET UK took a look at it, and it's basically a really, really nifty device. We couldn't touch it as per AT&T's request, but, and there's a mini version that's coming out. There's no availability.
Is that also going to be AT&T, or is that a global announcement?
For the mini version?
Yeah.
No, it's global. There's no U.S. availability information that they gave us at that point, but the mini comes in a lot of colors. It has like this really cool soft touch sheen material that we really liked, and I believe it's a 4-inch smartphone into a 7-inch tablet
versus a 5-inch smartphone into a 9-inch tablet.
And the others say the other pad phones you had to kind of put it in and a little door closed. It looks like this one just slides in the back.
Yeah, it's not that smooth, but like you kind of you shove it in, it connects, and then it powers up the tablet. The tablet has its own battery source, and you can use the tablet to power the smartphone, but you can't. But it doesn't have its processor. And
but you couldn't touch it.
And I couldn't touch it. We wanted to just
I'm not a
put
fan
a finger
of that.
on it.
Companies bring these things to the show, and you're just supposed to stare at it.
What are you supposed to do? Just stand there? I bet you could have snuck a little.
We wanted to just lick it and just put our finger on it, but we know we can't do that because then they'll never invite us back.
Put a post-it. Lin Lao was here.
Yeah, they removed the glass for us though. So
wow.
Wow, that's very nice of them.
What's really exciting to me about this announcement is that we've seen these before. Kent, you and I have seen them at Mobile World Congress in Barcelona, and this phone has never come to the U.S. market, and it's really cool. Lynn and I also took a look at the Asus Padphone Infinity earlier this year, and we had it in the office and we were playing with it, and it is so cool, and it is such a great idea for people who are interested in a tablet but kind of want to cut costs a little bit, because sometimes you use your phone when you're out and about, and then you use the tablet when you're at home because you want to play a game or just have a larger screen or share it with somebody. This is like the zip-off backpack from the backpacking backpack.
Oh, yeah,
it's kind of like an obscure example, or like zip-off pants or something, the pants that become shorts.
This whole modular...
you're bringing all these 90s references back. I don't know
what can I say? I'm a 90s girl.
Well, all this modular, smartphone design seems to be a real trend. You've got Motorola with their Aura project. You've got ZTE.
Yeah, ZTE they showcased it here. It's their Eco Mobius modular phone concept design that came out of there. It's cool. I mean,
is it gonna work?
They just displayed it. We weren't able to take a real good look at it. It's just a concept design. It came out of their R&D program, and there's just something that it's exciting that another manufacturer is also working on a modular phone concept.
It's pretty cool. So you basically just build your phone like a stack of Legos or something.
Yeah.
As long as you don't drop it and it all falls apart into all these little pieces.
I want Lego to make a phone. Like a build your own phone case.
They made a Simpsons house this week, so they can probably make a phone.
I think so. I mean, it's really, how hard is it to make a phone, really? I took a look, along with Eric Franklin, at the Samsung Galaxy Note Pro. This is a 12.2-inch tablet. Now, why are we talking about tablets here when we're talking about smartphones? It's because it's really important to keep an eye on the Samsung tablet space, because what happens on the Note tablets usually winds up in some form or another on the Note smartphone. So what was interesting about this is that Samsung's really making a push to go pro, especially with tablets. They want their tablets to replace your desktop. But what it means is there might be a trickle-down effect with the new magazine interface design. It's basically just redesigned with widgets and things like that really aims to put a lot of productivity front and center. And Samsung, this massive juggernaut, has also come up with a lot of partnerships with content providers. So we can see that maybe coming down to the next version of the Note smartphone, where it comes preloaded with all of this stuff, and with Samsung really trying to make a play for offering you a corporate productivity experience on the smartphone.
So it runs on Android, but then the magazine UX just sits over that. So it's similar to TouchWiz in the way that it works, but different in design.
It looks different, and that's really salient to tablets right now. But it's sort of like, keep an eye on this because you might see it appearing later down the line.
So it almost sounds like Microsoft and Samsung are going to go head to head in the enterprise sort of production and pro tablet kind of surface.
Well, Samsung wants to rule the world, so
Yes,
they'll take
exactly.
on anyone. Google, Apple, Microsoft, you're down, right?
That's right, watch out.
So we saw a lot of themes here at the show that don't relate directly to smartphones, but they build off of them. And one of those is wearables. And Brian, you took a look at a boatload of wearables this
Yeah,
time.
definitely. There were a ton of wearable products here. Seemed like the major theme of the show. We saw the new Pebble Steel, which is a brand new watch from the people who innovated the entire whole segment of the category. It's very nice. It looks beautiful. It's expensive. It's $249, but it looks like a real watch, and that's something that we're seeing now. Like there's the Martian Notifier, which is a analog watch that does not look like a smartwatch at all until this little OLED strip on the bottom starts to roll and with like a ticker tape style of smartphone notifications. So you see text, you see social media, meetings, all the stuff you want to see at a glance. And it also does this crazy thing where it actually will buzz with haptic feedback the way you want it to. So when you get an alert, you can have it like a little like mini Morse code kind of thing to say like dot 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 dot, like long long or short 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 short, and long 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 or long short long. I mean it's crazy. All this stuff happening on your wrist and no one will know.
Does it actually talk to you like a Martian?
No,
Maybe
it
Marvin
doesn't.
the Martian?
No, it doesn't. Though the big joke is they should have come up with a watch named the Martian Chronicle. That would be great.
I like that.
Yeah, you like that. But no, it's a really interesting product. It's a very low price. It's like I think it's a $129. It's the expected price.
That is
so
actually
it's really nice.
Remarkably low, especially when you compare it to something like the Samsung Galaxy Gear that only works with the Samsung phones, and not even all of them yet, right?
That's true. That's true.
So, so this connects to your phone via Bluetooth, and it gets all of your contacts and notifications through your phone that way.
Yeah, they have. They basically have they have two versions of the same app, one for Android, one for iOS, and you configure all of your notifications directly there, and it all gets pushed to your phone. As a matter of fact, what's really cool is it will support apps that aren't even out yet, because as long as you get a notification and any sort of app you install gets sent to the notification area on your phone, it will self-populate and basically now send those alerts to your watch, if you want to or not. So, whatever software's out there, it'll figure it out.
So
it means you're always like checking at your watch to look at text in your phone. So
what
if
about
you're out to dinner and someone's going
no,
like this?
No, because it's got the Morse code.
No. Yeah, you just keep it on the side.
You don't even have to look at it. It reads it out to you that way, right?
And then if you get the emergency alert, then you have to check your watch.
Have you seen any smartphones at this show that actually is built for like a woman's wrist? Because I'm waiting for that.
Oh, those smartwatches?
The smartwatches?
Yeah.
No.
Smartwatch.
And that's a huge hole in this thing, because I have yet to see one smartwatch that is targeted at
or a
woman.
dainty man.
Yes.
Well,
anyone
or
just anyone who has a small wrist.
It's true. I put on the Galaxy Gear, and they had this pretty rose color, and I like that, but it was so uncomfortable just fitting over my bone. I didn't think it was really designed for anyone.
Yeah. I mean, it does look, that device looks sleek and it's interesting, but it's so futuristic looking. You definitely look like you're kind of like the cyborg from the future kind of guy, or woman. It's definitely, people will look at you if you have it on your wrist. And that's not what you want. You want a watch, I think, that just looks like a watch and has an elegant, kind of sophisticated style that people won't even know that it's giving you all these.
You don't want to
alerts.
look like one of those calculator watches, with all the buttons on it that were so big and clunky.
But those are actually pretty cool. Those have actually come back.
Actually strap your phone to your wrist.
Oh yeah.
So with smartwatches, do you think that this year? Last year was sort of everyone getting started. This year we've had a lot of version 2.0s, but it's not really gained a lot, of traction. Are we going to start seeing this actually getting picked up? Is pricing really important, or is it just the technology?
Well, pricing is getting there. It's getting lower, but I also think that the technology is starting, especially with Bluetooth 4.0, getting into a lot of phones now, and the Bluetooth
low energy.
Low energy. That, and it natively will support a lot of these push notifications on Android, and iOS already has it. So you've got a lot of now the ecosystem's kind of building, and it's building momentum, and it's a lot easier to actually create products and software. So, and everyone has one of these, and it seems like, and you don't want to be checking it 200 times a day. It drives you crazy. It drives people that you go out to eat to dinner with, right? You're sitting there across the table, and you're like,
pay attention to me.
Okay, well, you will definitely pay attention to me if I showed up to dinner wearing my smart glasses, because I tried on 4 of these, and Scott Stein tried on 1, and these are all Google Glass-alikes, I'm going to call them.
Glass-alikes.
They're rivals. One of them was specifically for camera use, like you put it on, you could slip these mods on the end to extend battery life or do cool things, and then developers can create an app, and you can press the button, maybe look around, and it takes a panorama and uploads it. A lot of these are Kickstarter or Indiegogo projects. There's one that actually looks kind of like glasses. It looks like a cycling helmet. There's one I tried on that was just like absolutely insane. It looked, I mean, it has this like pivot wheel. It just looked like it was taking over my entire
that is the
face.
Pivot, right? Is that the pivot?
It's called the Aura SAR eyewear, and it is
Catchy.
a tongue twister.
Rolls off the tongue.
And I'm looking at myself in these, and it's like, it's just like high school all over again with my big old glasses on my face. You will definitely get noticed wearing these, and I've seen a lot of Google Glass around the show as well, like a ton of it. And I think that right now, smart glasses are probably where smartwatches were 2 years ago, right? They are not a practical solution yet. They are all just pure development, and they do rely on your phone quite a lot. And I know there are some smart contact lenses that Nick Stat from News looked at.
Really?
Wow.
That's
very
amazing.
Bored, like, I just think I'm going to be assimilated if I put one of those things in my eyes. I don't know.
So there's definitely a lot of next wave tech coming on. Brian, you took a look at iris scanning. What's that going to mean for smartphones?
Yeah, it seems like wearable tech and biometrics. These devices that pay attention to your body. It's a huge thing, and this company called iLock, they actually announced, or they're showing a demo of basically a device that would scan your iris and know who you are based on your individual patterns, and it works like lightning fast. It's actually really quick, and it's no stretch of the imagination to see it actually going into smartphones. As a matter of fact, yesterday there was some buzz that perhaps the Samsung Galaxy S5 may have some iris scanning technology built into it.
Is that going to use the camera for optics?
Yeah, because what I believe how this whole thing works is it uses the front-facing camera, or on your laptop, and it will basically shoot IR, like infrared beams into your eyes, and record the the little patterns in the colored part of your eye, the iris, and matches that against a database that lives up there. Though of course I think it's all local, so you don't have to worry about your fingerprint or your eye print or your iris ID, kind of living in the cloud somewhere. It's all like local, but it's supposed to be really tight security and really fast, and it's very futuristic.
Yeah, I mean, we have Face Unlock, but that doesn't quite work the same way, does it?
Oh,
I mean,
that was
you've tried Face Unlock, Lynn, you've tried it.
Yeah, but the thing is you can use a photo. Like if you Face Unlock, if you had someone that kind of looks like you could unlock your phone. I mean, this is a unique thing that that somebody's iris is definitely unique to them, like their fingerprint, not so much a face in some ways. But so it's a little bit different.
There are companies that are also working on voice unlock as well, right? So they pattern your voice. They call it the voice matrix. And then you have like an unlock passphrase that only you would say, like the quick brown fox, or I hate passwords, or something like that. That's a little bit longer, and that's supposed to unlock your phone. So another thing that I took a look at that may also be on the Samsung Galaxy S5, I'm guessing, this is totally unconfirmed, is a new kind of gesture. So basically, a lot of these smartphones have gesture technology in it, and they use...
Yeah, that's been around for a long time.
Yeah, they use optics through the camera, or some other devices use infrared, and this one uses ultrasound. Okay, yeah, ultrasound. So it uses normal microphones, but then these ultrasound speakers. So when you turn it on, it sends out these sound waves that you can't hear, and you'll basically wipe your hand over the phone doing any number of elaborate or simple gestures, and it will bounce back. Now, what's cool about ultrasound is that the space isn't limited because you don't have something that's looking at you. It's sending out these sound waves. So you can use a wider field, I guess, of space, and you can use more elaborate controls, like moving your hand in a circle could turn up the volume or turn down the volume,
so
or
it's like,
something
it's like
else.
a three-dimensional.
Yeah.
You can make like different things with your fingers or whatever, some kind of strange shape, and it would.
Pretty cool.
I don't know what this means, but it means something, right?
It just means unlock the phone. Please unlock.
I think like this is amazing. I mean, I just love the way in that video how you're just moving your hand. So many of these phones, it's so particular. You have to be so close. You have to do a very certain thing. I mean, you're just going like this. You're up to the side of the phone.
Yeah.
And it's working.
Above,
so
below.
I think this is really interesting.
The
technology.
only problem with that is that when I was shooting the video, there were a lot of false positives and negatives. Well, a lot of false whatevers because I gesticulate a lot. So it's up to the device makers to actually constrain that and define what it means to do these things. But the app makers can also start integrating that into the apps when that happens. And we have been assured that that is going to start showing up in tablets and smartphones in 2014. So I think the big theme of this show, of this show here, at least, is that we're going to see a lot more from phones in the future in this year. It was quiet here, but we've got Mobile World Congress coming up at the end of February into early March.
Yeah.
The three of us are going to that.
The quieter CES is for mobile. The bigger MWC is going to be.
You don't know, that's a big show in Barcelona, Spain every year, and it's been growing in importance every year since we've been going, since 2008, and it's really where cell phone and smartphone news really happens now. It's kind of taken over this show in that way. I mean, the smartphones still are here, but we'll see new smartphones there more than we did here.
That's really evidenced by the fact that Samsung didn't have a presence.
Yeah.
Nokia getting bought out by Microsoft, we'll know more about that by then. There should be a phone either from Nokia or a new Windows phone, whatever that's going to be branded as. I'm expecting that we're going to see that there.
And of course, CNET will have great coverage of Mobile Congress, so the last week of February, soon to turn into us, and we'll bring you all the news. These guys will, because they will be there.
And you will be there in spirit.
I will be building slideshows back at
Exactly. So again, thank you so much for joining us. You can find out all of the coverage about every product we talked about and every product that CNET covered as a whole at ces.cnet.com.
Hello, I'm Luke Westaway for CNET live here at CES 2014. We're checking out the extremely comfortable Sleep Number X12 bed. Hello, tech fans. I'm Luke Westaway, live from CES 2014. I'm checking out the extremely comfortable Sleep Number X12 bed, the smartest bed at the whole show. It's very, very cool, so let me talk you through some of its features. Okay, first of all, I want to talk about some existing technology that Sleep Number has for its mattresses, and that's the power to make one half of the mattress like full, firm, packed full of air, and the other one all soft and flouncy. So this one is pretty firm. You know, maybe if you've got a bad back and you need something a little bit more supportive. But if I flounce over to this side, flopping like a fish, then, you know, here we've got something a little bit more comfortable. It's pretty neat. Now, this bed doesn't only inflate or deflate according to your comfort levels, it's also jam-packed with sensors. And what those sensors do, if I come back over here, is they give you a score called Sleep IQ. So this thing knows there's a sensor in the air pump that figures out your chest movements, and from that it can figure out your heart rate and your breathing rate. And with that it produces something like this. If you take a look at this iPad here, these are just screenshots. This isn't a live app, but you can see a little bit how your sleep is performing. So if you take a look at some example graphs here, you can see a sleep summary for some people called Sarah and Javier, and you can see where it's green, they've been very well rested, they're in deep sleep, so that means that the bed isn't noticing any trouble, you know, any movement, any vibration, no activity in the bed for Sarah or Javier. But when it's orange, that means you're a little bit restless, and when you hit red, that means you've exited the bed completely, and obviously you're not asleep then, unless, I suppose, you're sleepwalking, but the bed's not that smart, it can't tell that. Anyway, the cool thing then is that you can crunch those numbers into weekly or even monthly figures and actually get a score. So if you thought life was tough enough, if you thought you were always being tested, now you can be tested while you're asleep. So that's good. And you even get a score, number, that's called your sleep IQ. And the idea is that you try and get that up over the weeks. You figure out what went wrong. You can log things as well, like diet, what you ate that day, what you've been drinking, if you've been drinking heavily, things like medications you've been on. You pop them in the journal, and the idea is that that will inform your sleep patterns. So if you look at a monthly summary here, a lot of green nights, that's good, but hey, a couple of orange nights. Maybe you look back at that Tuesday and you think, work stresses. That's why I got that low sleep IQ score. It's all part of the Westaway Wellness Program. Something else that this bed does that's pretty neat is it's got an underbed lighting. So this is a bit like a really tricked out car, lights under the thing. And these come on automatically when you exit the bed. But you might not want to exit the bed because, oh my goodness, it's so comfortable. I'm going to talk about another really excellent feature now, and that is the ability to stop your partner snoring. So what you do is you use this remote. I think we can see it here in the hands of my pal Pete. He's just demonstrating how you turn on the snore, the anti-snore functionality there. And what that does is it raises up the half of the bed that the snoring person is on. Now, if the person is snoring lying on their back, being raised up like that changes the way that the air is going through your pathways, and it should stop you snoring. The bad news is, though, it doesn't work for people who are snoring on their side. The solution there is you take the remote and you jab them really hard in the ribs, and that should fix the snoring problem. All right, so you're probably thinking, where can I buy this? And how much is it going to cost? Well, the bad news is it costs a lot of money. You're looking at $10,500 to get this. This is the king size option, and you're going to be paying $8,000 to get the queen size option. But I'm thinking when you're paying that much money, you may as well go all out and buy the full size one. Oh, and did I mention it does massage as well? It's got several different massage functions. They're super comfortable. All right, now we are in the fitness tech part of the show here. If I move around, we're in the zone that has all of the self-improvement technology you could ever want. We've got things like smart scales. We've got loads of stuff that pairs with your iPhone to track your activity. And that's a really big theme of this year's show, actually, is just generally keeping track of your life, keeping track of what you're eating, how much you weigh, technology basically invading every single intimate part of your life to, just help you evaluate how you're doing and how well you are. Now, sleep is important, but here's something else that's important. Your skin, after all, it keeps all your organs on the inside. So I just want to show off a really, really cool example of some skin-enhancing technology. It's the Netatmo June smart bracelet, being modeled here by the lovely Sarah, our producer. Now, if you look really closely, I don't know how close you can zoom in here, but if you look at this bracelet, you can see that one of these little triangular bits is covered in tiny, tiny holes. And what that does is it lets the sunlight in. This thing then Bluetooths to your phone, and it tells you how much sun you've had, how intense the sun is, and it lets you know when you're about to have a dangerous amount of sun. Generally keeps you healthy. Healthy skin is good. As you can see, I'm quite pale. I've obviously been correctly following the Netatmo June's sun regimens because I'm a very healthy person. And that's, another big part of the Westway Wellness Program. I'm a technology journalist. I don't like the outside. What can I say? Right, so we move up a little bit now. It's a little busy. Everyone wants to self-improve. They've heard that the Westway Wellness Program is going down, and they're flocking here. If we take a look over here, we've got some more kind of established tech. This is a vibrating belt that gives you killer abs. I obviously have those killer abs myself, but I can't show you because CNET is family-friendly broadcasting. Over here, we have one of these wrist exercises. This one that you're looking at here is being held by a robot. I think that's cheating, but they're very cool. This one in particular was designed to train baseball players to help with their pitching. All right, so if we move on up here. Finally, on our brief tour, I want to just stop here at the HealthMate stand. Now, you've probably thought, why don't I have a sauna in my house? Well, now you can if you've got thousands and thousands of dollars to stump up. So HealthMate makes a range of these high-tech smart saunas. We've got this one here, the infrared sauna. It has this smart panel on the side, and I'm going to pop it open in a minute, and you're going to see there's a kick-in sound system in this sauna as well. Now, if putting your entire body in a sauna sounds expensive, then why don't you just put part of your body in a sauna? We have saunas here just for the lower half of your body. We've got saunas for your feet. We've even got a concept sauna here for your knees. It's important to take good care of yourself, folks. And it's amazing to see more and more technology that lets that happen. It's pretty warm in here, and there's some funky music playing. I feel like I've been very healthy today, and I hope I've imparted some Gadget health knowledge onto you. All this kind of stuff is going to be coming out soon. So, if you're into self-improvement in a high-tech way, why not check it out? Right, I'm going to shut the door now. I'm going to turn out the lights. But stay tuned to CNET, because in a minute, we've got Eric Franklin and Donald Bell, and they're going to tell you about all the best tablets of CES. Thanks, guys. See you later.
Am I close enough to Donald right now? I mean, physically? Can I just be behind you? Thank you. Hey, Nick, can you help me? Wait, just unclick this. Thank you. Put that in a safe place, please. Yeah, okay. How's that? Too close?
Whatever Kelly likes, that's what we do.
Kelly gets.
What? Oh, we can. Yeah, sure.
We're just trying to be twinsies, that's all. Oh, you're gonna be from here? No. We don't need it.
Just make notes while you're talking. Just,
yeah, like this?
Yeah. Great point, Donald. All right, welcome to the CNET stage at CES 2014 in Las Vegas. I'm Donald Bell, he's Eric Franklin, and we're here to talk about tablets. It's Tablet Talk with Donald and Eric.
It's a new show. The first episode right here.
Right here.
No more episodes after this, though.
Tablet Talk.
Yeah.
You know, say that over and over again.
Yeah, just keep saying Tablet Talk. Okay. I'm just, I haven't talked to you all week.
I know.
Like, I think I've talked to you
why I
like
booked this
5
show
minutes so we can catch up.
Yeah,
I hope you guys don't mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I've talked to you for literally like 5 minutes. Because I don't get to talk tablets with you that much anymore. Like, I usually talk tablets with you, and like you went CNET TV, so you don't really get to do this that much.
No, this is good. Not everyone can see it. So tell me about the tablets of CES.
What do you want to know?
Well, I know you've got a roundup here. I'm going to go off the roundup.
Okay.
First off, the Snakebite Viper, a 3-in-1 home gaming console and tablet in your hands.
Right, right. That's basically a 7-inch tablet. It has a kind of a customized interface. It has a dock that you connect the tablet to, and then you can hook it to your TV. It comes with a remote control. You can control it with your remote control, like you can watch Netflix movies and stuff like that.
All right.
It's $200, and for an extra $50, you can get this this Bluetooth gaming controller, and it's Android-based, so it plays Android games. But you know, the problem with this, and a lot of these kind of gimmicky tablets like this, is that it's too expensive. You know, it's $200 for a kind of streaming box. It's portable, yeah, but it's a kind of a streaming box gaming device. You know, if I'm going to play games on my TV, I'm going to play Xbox 360, I'm going to play PS3. Those are both $200.
I feel like especially if they're going for the gaming thing, there's already these systems that are dedicated towards Android gaming content, like the Ouya, or even what NVIDIA's like
the Shield, yeah, which can connect to your TV via HDMI.
And I feel like also the fact that you can use like a Bluetooth controller with your tablet and connect your tablet up over HDMI, that's a feature that has been in like every Android tablet of the last year.
Yeah, it's not
without them really putting that up front as something that you go buy it and do.
It's not really doing anything new. I mean, it's, you know, it gives you the remote control, and it, you know, for an extra $50, like I said, then you get the Bluetooth controller. But like you said, it's there's nothing novel here.
Is it the dock? Is it the dock that makes it kind of cool?
I don't know. I mean, maybe. You know, the dock, it has an IR blaster on it. You can control it with the dock then. You control it with the remote controller. You know, I mean, it's on the list, Donald.
Well,
so that's why we're talking about it.
I have to give it to them. At least they came up with a really badass name.
Yeah.
The Snakebite Viper.
Yeah, it's like a new Cobra character.
Right.
It's like a new G.I. Joe toy, like coming this summer, the Snakebite Viper or something.
All right, next one's got a pretty great name too, but not quite as, you know, macho.
It's kind of an ironical name for sure.
The Toshiba Excite.
Yes, 7.
7.
Yeah.
Because there's been Excites before that we've been more or less excited about.
Yeah, I've yet to be excited about one of them, to be honest. And
that's always the first thing, and that's like the first rule of product naming is name it exactly the opposite of what it is, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's all, I mean, that's, you know, that's subjective, I guess, right? I mean, I'm sure they're excited about it. It's $99. It's Android-based. You know, it has, you know, modest specs. And if you want a functional Android tablet from Toshiba, this is one that you can buy.
Says Eric Franklin from
back
CNET
in the box,
on
right
the box.
there.
Right? If you want a functional
you can
tablet,
buy this tablet.
If you want a functional, forgettable device that
you
no
have
one will
money,
tease you for.
You can spend money on this.
All right, Excite 7, hands-on. Go check it out. Asus Transformer Book Duet TD300. Now, we put a few of these 2-in-1 tablet, laptop-y devices on our must-see list.
Sure.
I think this might have been one of them. This is a dual, not just dual boot, but like a switchable OS. So you can go from Windows 8.1 to Android.
Yeah, really quickly. Like, there you go. It's happening in like 2-3 seconds. So that's cool. It has Windows-based specs. You know, it has Core i7, I believe, inside. 128 gigs of storage. You know, it's kind of a neat idea in that, you know, you get the dual boot Windows and Android, and you're getting the powerful specs of a Windows machine on Android.
Sure.
So, you know, if you like, you know, if you
But the tablet itself, I mean, a lot of the Windows tablets I've seen, they're chunky. They haven't quite gone as thin as
Android tablets.
So I'm imagining it's still suffering from that.
It does still suffer because it has those Windows, that Intel-based architecture. So it's always going to be a little bit thicker than like your NVIDIA or Qualcomm-based architecture.
All right, but do you feel like this is one of the big tablet stories of CES? Is this guy?
I think it's the start of a big tablet story for 2014. I think you're probably going to see a lot of dual boot, easily switchable Android, Windows tablets, and this is probably, this is the first one. So.
All right, next up, the Acer Iconia B1720.
Right.
Now, the naming people have clearly phoned it in at this point.
Yeah, it's like a router name almost. No, so yeah, this is another like one of those cheap, modestly spec tablets that if you just want just pure function, you don't want to do anything special, you just want a tablet that you can, I guess, stream movies on, surf the web, check email. It's pretty cheap. I think it's $129, I believe. It's one of those things because I'm such a hardware guy. I get excited about, like high resolution screens, bright screens. This one, it feels like almost like specs wise, it feels like a tablet from 2012. Right. It has like a 1024 by 600 resolution screen. That's not exciting. It's not exciting to me. But for someone who doesn't care about that kind of stuff, and doesn't want to pay that kind of money.
I do feel like there's that whole segment of Android tablets, and it's been here for a while, but it's rare that I see names like Acer or even Toshiba even bother with it, of like the tablets that you just fall into. As like the person who buys it just, like I'm at, electronics store X, and there's a bin of these tablets here on sale that, are $200. I'm, whatever the name is, it works. I'll pick it up.
Yeah. Like that's for that person.
Like I know like a flagship device where like you're going to the specific store to buy this.
Exactly. That's who that's for.
Right.
That's for those bargain bin shoppers who just want a tablet, just want an Android tablet, doesn't care about specs and stuff like that, and it'll probably work. Another back of the box quote from
Eric Franklin. Seen as Eric Franklin.
It'll probably
work. All right. Asus.
Yes. Again.
VivoTab Note 8. This is them starting with an actual stylus-oriented tablet, kind of getting into the Samsung Note realm.
Yeah, it's kind of taken on Samsung, although this one is running Windows 8.1, not Android. And, people are interested in using their tablets with a stylus. This one is using Windows, so there's not really that much like native functionality for the stylus built in, like the Samsung Note. Samsung Note, you can search by just writing, and you don't have to type anything in.
Yeah.
This one, I'm not sure if it has that. When we use it this week, it didn't really have that kind of functionality. There it is right there.
Answer me this question: Is this ever going to go away, where the branding is very specifically in one orientation?
You know what I'm wondering what's ever going to go away? The Nexus 7 2012 design from Asus. I feel like they've been leveraging that. They've been leveraging that for like a year and a half now. That's what I'm wondering.
I know. I know there's not a lot to be done about making a tablet that much sexier at this point. It's a slab of plastic.
It is.
All the content
black
is really
bezel.
Basically the screen.
Usually.
Screen quality, black bezel. But I really feel like the branding annoys me. Just in my Type A.
Right.
If I want to use it this way and have Asus running up and down, it just feels...
Yeah, you just want to throw it across the room when you see that Asus upside down.
Exactly. You know how I get all rageful.
I do.
Acer, the A1A30, another tablet here from CES 2014.
That one, yes.
What makes this one memorable?
Well, it's basically like a slight upgrade from the A1 A20, which came out, I think, last summer. It seems like it has a little thinner design. It still has this but again, it has this low resolution screen. It's one of those hey, it's functional. It works. It's $150. You don't want a lot of high specs. You don't want a lot of features. You just want a tablet that works. It has a larger than usual screen for a small tablet, 7.9 instead of 7-inch. But then it has that 1024 by 600 resolution, which is always disappointing to me.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of a graphics snob when it comes to that kind of stuff.
All right, I got another question for you.
All right,
you got to answer this honestly. Are some of these designed just to be used as a cheap tablet for the bathroom?
I would imagine so.
I don't care what the resolution is as long as it's $200.
Right. I just need to. I need it for 5 minutes at a time, pretty much, and it needs to be portable. So yeah, I think you're right. I think you're onto something.
They should make the naming more suggestive of that.
The Asus. Well, it is called the B. Was it the A1?
That's the A1.
Yeah. The B1 maybe for bathrooms.
Depends. Maybe different tablets for different uses.
Yeah.
All right, Samsung. Finally, we're kind of getting into. Let's be honest. Samsung kind of owns the high-end Android. Not iPad. Tablet category.
For sure.
What are they showing off here at CES?
Yeah, they're showing off something pretty exciting. They're showing off the new Pro line, the Note Pro and the Tab Pro. The Tab Pro comes in 8.4, 10.1, and 12.2 inch sizes.
Is that the first time going up to 12.2?
That's the first time they've gone there. Yeah. I think Toshiba had a 13-inch a couple years ago.
That's right.
But yeah, and the Note Pro, which is stylus-based tablet, goes up to 12.2 inches. And it's high-end specs, 2560 by 1600 resolution on all of them, even the smaller 8.4. Using high-end Exynos processor, 3 gigs of RAM. You can do multi-window. You can have 4 apps running concurrently on the 12.2-inch screen.
So that's part of the story here. Is the update is also the interface for it has been updated.
So yeah, so it's widget based. It's all widget based now. You can still go back and you can look at app icons if you want to, but most of it is just widget based. So you can have basically you can have your weather on your left side, you can have news, on the right, you can have below that, you can have like your recent apps and stuff like that. It's just a much more graphical, hopefully much more, for most people, intuitive interface. For me, it was a little hard to get used to, but for someone just starting their tablet career, whatever.
Where do you fall in that debate, though, about kind of pure Android versus like the skinned Android? I mean, Samsung is really big on their particular version and skin of Android, and like
that'd
HTC.
be a question for you, actually. How do you feel about TouchWiz, Donald?
I think TouchWiz is what they should call the bathroom tablets, right?
Right.
No, but I mean, I know it's a big. It's a big
Well
debate,
done.
you know?
Done, sir.
But I mean, because the more Samsung invests on making the Android experience on the tablet their specific flavor of it, they're alienating some people, but they're also hopefully chasing after
like a
person who's only going to seek out a Samsung tablet because of that experience, right?
Right. As a person that's people that are fans of the Samsung interface, people who maybe haven't used tablets before. I think that honestly, the TouchWiz has come a long way since when you were reviewing tablets. It's much more customizable. It's much more useful. Has like a lot more features than even stock pure Android 4.3, 4.4. I've in the last couple of months, I've really come to like TouchWiz, and this is kind of an evolution of that. That's just much more graphical, but still just as customizable. I'm kind of excited about it. I haven't used it that much. I got a few moments to use it this week with Samsung, but it has a lot of potential. So,
all right. And then also in that Samsung family was the Note Pro. This was the 12.2-inch mega tablet.
So there's a Tab Pro that's 12.2 inch. There's a Note Pro that's 12.2 inch. This is just a stylus version of that same tablet. Exact same specs as the 12.2 Tab Pro, just it uses a stylus if you want a stylus.
Right.
If you're so inclined to use a stylus. Yes.
I never got the stylus bug. Yeah, it never did something for me.
Yeah.
Needed to take an art class.
Yeah.
Alcatel One Touch Pop 7 and Pop 8.
Yes. I think the kind of defining feature about these tablets is that they're going to offer, if they come out here, Alcatel tells me they'll be released in North America this year. They didn't really say the U.S., but they didn't. I pushed them, and they were like,
Canadians, get ready.
Yeah, they were just silent. But the 7-inch will be under $200 and will offer LTE. The 8-inch will be under $300 and offer LTE as well. That's pretty cheap for cellular LTE-based tablets. Usually, if you're going to go that the LTE cellular small tablet route, you're going to pay upwards of $350. So
now I remember back in the day.
Back in the
good
old days.
That was
2 years ago.
That was the first strike against the iPad. Was like a wave of tablets that were all carrier attached. They all came with 3G data, and there was no way you could get around it. If you were going to buy that first wave of Galaxy tabs, they were all carrier subsidized.
If you're going to buy that, you're going to be stuck with it for 2 years, pretty much.
But then I felt like everyone came to their senses, and all the Android tablets you were going to buy would be Wi-Fi only, and maybe you would buy
a month-to-month kind of plan, or you could just attach it to your current plan. If you have your cell phone plan, you can attach it like that. A lot of them are offering that kind of stuff.
Right. So
none of them are trying to lock you in anymore.
Okay.
Which is great.
So your question. It's still a thing though to go out and buy your tablet at a Verizon store or something and come with a month by month.
Yeah, that's still a thing. That still happens. I mean, luckily they're not trying to, like I said, they're not trying to lock you in for 2 years. It's a little bit more freeing these days.
Yeah. All right. So, what on this list do you think if you're putting as the one you had to write about, or actually be excited about?
I had to write about all of them.
Well, I know, but as the tablet, the takeaway tablet of CES.
I mean, probably the Pro line from Samsung, the Galaxy Pro line. I just think that, at CES, I want to see something exciting. I want to see vendors doing something risky. I want to see them doing something that's, kind of off the beaten path of tablets. Like, oh, here's another tablet with, app icons and whatever. And that's fine. That works. It's functional. But at CES, I want to be excited. So I'm being kind of selfish here. So those things excite me because they're doing something really different.
Now, but these are not all the tablets we're seeing this year, right? I mean, CES is not historically the place where the big tablets, aside from maybe the Samsung crop, will come out.
Yeah, right? I think over the last couple of years, Mobile World Congress has kind of been more of a kind of a staging ground for tablet debuts. I think we're going to probably see. I think it's a good it's kind of a good in between. You know, it's still early in the year, so they get that quarter one buzz. But it's a little bit later than January, so they have a little bit more time to work on it.
So if you had to project, though, what you might be seeing at Mobile World Congress, what we didn't see here, who are the players that you think are going to be showing something off worth getting excited about?
Well, I'm really excited about, you know, NVIDIA announced the NVIDIA Tegra K1 this week. It's a new processor. It's supposed to be as powerful.
Like supercomputer processor.
Yeah, well,
right?
they say that, but then they go, well, it's as powerful as a 360 or PS3, you know, graphically, which is not really a super. I don't know. Is that a supercomputer? How do we define supercomputers these days? Does that change like every year? Is it like Moore's law?
They're all supercomputers.
I'm getting really
Eric.
geeky right here. I'm sorry. I guess this is the place to get geeky.
This
though,
is
right?
you're in the right place.
Fine.
Good audience. For it.
What's your question? No, I'm just playing.
Tablets to get excited about. K1 tablets.
No, I know.
I like
I'm following
that.
it. Yeah, I'm really excited to see tablets announced with that process. I'm really excited to see what that can actually do. But the thing about that is like, yes, you have the 360, you have the PS3. Those are really capable devices. But those are also the best game developers in the world working on those two devices, and you know, making their engines and you know, fine tuning their engines and really getting to know the hardware. You don't really see that much on Android. You don't see. I mean, you might get some good developers on there, but you don't see that many.
So, but you're talking about Android gaming specifically, right? To like maximize that gaming performance from an Android tablet or an Android box, like a Ouya or something like that.
Right, exactly. You don't really get to see that kind of stuff, and you know, a lot of these developers don't have that.
That was the claim from the NVIDIA conference, right? Was that Android gaming was going to be like the future of where things are going.
Yeah, they were saying that. I'm not buying it. You know, I'm gonna still choose to do my gaming on like my console gaming, my console boxes, my dedicated console box, my Nintendos, my I was almost said Sega. Man, how old am I? My Sonys, my Microsofts. I'm gonna do it on my PC, high-end PC. You know, so like that Project Christine, that kind of stuff. I don't know, I'm getting off subject here. But that's what I really want to talk about. Can we talk about Project Christine? Because that thing is amazing. It probably would never come out.
It still sounds like weird science to me. Like you start naming your supercomputers after women.
After women,
it's a little bit. Weird. It sounds lonely.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a lonely time in that lab.
Weird Science, great movie though. Can we
let's talk about that. Yeah.
It's one of my favorite movies of all time.
Okay, but no, we're talking about the projection for this year beyond CES.
Right.
K1 tablets, interesting.
Yeah.
Anything else? Any other? Like Nokia? Is Nokia coming out? I'm trying to think of the people who aren't represented here at CES.
I mean, hopefully you'll see a new version of Surface tablets. Hopefully they'll probably go in a more refined direction. Yeah. You know, Surface 2 was fine. It was a fine upgrade from the first Surface. I'm hoping to see a new design from that. Hoping to see, you know, a little bit more powerful specs, a little bit more thoughtfulness on Microsoft's part in designing that. You know, it's pretty good, but it just didn't push it far enough above the first Surface. You'll probably see, you know, new Nexus tablets.
I still feel like, isn't there like a stockpile of Surfaces like buried in like the Nevada desert here somewhere that they didn't sell?
Right, exactly.
Like I'm glad they're iterating on it, but I also don't really have a sense that it did what they wanted it to.
Yeah, I don't think it did. I mean, I think you're touching on something that's. I think you're right about that. I think it's kind of a weird thing because it's a productivity tablet, but it's not that powerful. So it's and you know, it has like the kickstand, so it's not. You know, you have it on your lap or something like that. It's not really that comfortable. You always do the lap test.
It turns into wearable tech at that point. You're balancing it on your
exactly the lap test. I don't know what that means.
All right. Well, thanks so much, Eric, for talking to me, for doing some
You're
tablet
welcome,
talk
Donald.
with Donald Bell and Eric Franklin. We are going to have more coverage here at CES. And you can stay tuned for all of it at ces.cnet.com. We've got Bill Detweiler heading to the stage shortly to break apart another expensive device and cracking open. So stay tuned.
so it's making. Okay. Okay. All right. Frequency interference and stuff. With devices and all these wireless hotspots. Is that Kelly's laptop? Oh, they're going straight from here. Yeah. There's the lens. Oh, it shattered the glass. It's a pretty strong lens. Oh yeah, right.
You know, honestly,
we're. Me. Yeah. Yep.
I can if you want.
Let's do less. I think on this one.
Yeah, not as much.
15 at the most.
15 minutes.
At the most, yeah. Less is more. Hey, I'm Jason Heiner, and with me today I've got my Gadget brain surgeon colleague, Bill Detweiler, who's going to be doing the Cracking Open, our famous franchise across Tech Republic and ZDNet and CNET. We put it everywhere, right?
That's right,
so
we do.
You're going to be cracking open live today, a Gadget right here on the CNET stage. We cracked one open earlier.
We did.
Now we're going for number 2. Earlier we cracked open the worst Gadget of in terms of the most annoying to take apart. And today you're going to crack open, or now you're going to crack open the one that you think is sort of a model of engineering.
That's right.
And much better, right? So
yeah, one
tell
of
us
the
what you're
easiest
gonna
to take apart. So earlier we took apart the Surface 2, Microsoft's tablet, and it topped my list of most annoying things that I cracked open this year. And if you watched the earlier episode, it's because it has about 60 screws inside of it. It's because the adhesive is really strong on the outside that it takes to get the front panel off. And it's just a pain to work on. So I'm much happier to be working on this little Galaxy S4. It's much easier to take apart. Most of the Samsung devices I work on have been pretty simple to take apart.
Yes.
You know, it's not really saying that they're necessarily better from a user standpoint sometimes from Microsoft or Samsung, but from a cracking open standpoint, this is definitely easier to do.
In terms of engineering, you've actually kind of said this for years about Samsung devices. You know, you've been cracking things open since 2006. Yep. You remember what our first one was? I asked you this earlier.
Yeah, the Xbox 360.
Xbox 360.
It was a long time ago.
2006, the first Xbox 360 in 2006. But through that time, you know, you've cracked open pretty much every major gadget since then. And several times you've mentioned the Galaxy, or sorry, the Samsung brand are ones that are usually engineered really well on the inside.
Yeah, it's easy to take apart. They seem to have a good grasp of engineering about how to build the devices, and maybe that's from their long history as a device manufacturer.
Yeah, they've been doing it a long time.
So they're always a pleasure to work on.
Unlike Microsoft, which is
unlike the
hardware,
Surface.
they're still. It shows that there's a learning curve in hardware. Hardware is hard.
Hardware is difficult. And you know, before we get started, the one thing I wanted to mention is, the reason we do this is because we always want to show people that when they do break their devices, most often we can fix them, someone can fix them, they don't have to trash them anymore. Unless, of course, it winds up with something like this. I don't know if everybody out in the audience can see this. If you turned in for the torture test that Brian Tong and Sharon Vaknin and myself did earlier in the week, we ran this over with a bus. So that, you can't really fix. But you can fix this. So this is an iPad mini, and this was actually frozen in a block of ice and then dropped from a ladder. And so it actually did survive the ice, and the only thing that broke it was the ladder eventually. So it does work. If you guys can see that in the audience, it actually will come on and work. And if you can replace the screen, you can replace this glass into it, it'll be just about as good as new.
With the glass and the screen are different units, but you see the glass is broken. But there's also a problem with the screen. You can see some the brightness is uneven.
And you can replace both of those. Maybe a couple $100, but if you paid $500 or $600 for the tablet,
you don't have to
depending
replace
on
the
what
whole
size
thing,
you got, that's right. So you don't have to replace the whole thing.
This is what we see more than anything and hear from people that they have broken one of these, the glass. I like to say, probably in 5 years from now, hopefully we're going to be look back and think, oh my gosh, remember when these things used to be glass and people broke them and dropped them all the time? Now in material science, there's a lot of things that people are working on that are going to replace glass and are going to be essentially indestructible, and this problem's going to go away. But until then,
we have
to do some things like you're doing, Bill, where you learn how to take these devices apart, or have someone else go do it. There's these shops have popped up all over the place now that will do just this, right? Especially they specialize in this bit with the cracked glass.
So one of the things that makes the Samsung so easy to take apart is that the back cover does come off. It has a user replaceable battery. So the back cover comes off, the battery comes right out, and that's one thing that I always try to do with any device that I'm cracking open is remove the power source first. It helps reduce shorts. I do use some metal tools like the small little thin blade here. And so if it were to touch any of the contacts inside, it might cause an arc, cause a short, damage to the motherboard. So we try to avoid that.
Safety first.
So, we want to remove the battery if you can. You can't on an iPhone, you can't on some things like that, but sometimes you can.
The trend is more toward not.
The trend is more towards not. Once we have the back off, the battery out, the Samsung is really simple to take apart because it actually just uses really tiny Phillips screws. These are Phillips 00 screws.
Thank you, Samsung.
Yes, whereas some other devices use Torx, maybe a T1, T2, T3, a T5 screws. They can be a little bit harder to find than a bit that does like Phillips 000.
Now this is a really small screwdriver, Bill. Can you get one of these at Lowe's or Home Depot or somewhere?
It's hard. Usually it's hard to find locally, even at a Radio Shack. The Phillips is a little easier to find than the Torx. What I do is I always recommend people just go online, Google, search whatever size you want, and you can generally find a toolkit that has a variety of bits, a variety of sizes for most devices. And they're usually fairly inexpensive too. If you're going to attempt this yourself, the one thing I always say is just, know your level of technical sort of expertise, right? If you think if you think you've got a little bit of know-how and knowledge, if you're not afraid to kind of do it, then by all means go for it. The worst that can happen is if you've already got a pretty broken device, that you're going to destroy the device. So just be kind of prepared for that. If you don't feel that sort of confident, then just take it to somebody to have it done. Once we have the screws removed, when it comes to the S4, the next thing is it has a back, it has a piece of plastic on the back here that kind of covers the internal components. Second cover. We can pop that off. The secret to this is just knowing where to put your tools and where to pop it off. It's actually not in the front. You don't want to go down between this piece of metal and the glass. It's on the edge. it's kind of hard to see. I know it's actually right here. So you'll put a small metal blade or something between this. I've already separated a little bit.
Okay.
So I did it like a cooking show, right, where they put all the ingredients into the oven and the cake comes out in 30 minutes or 30 seconds through the magic of television. I popped this a little loose to make it go a little faster.
Yeah.
But that's one of the other reasons we do that, because if you didn't know that this was the place to crack open the device, then you wouldn't necessarily be able to do it yourself without damaging the phone. So I'm going to work, once I've gotten it loose with my little tool, I'm actually going to use my fingernail to go in here and just sort of work my way around. And you can hear it snap.
Nice.
It's not breaking. It's just snapping loose. They use snaps to hold these on. The other thing that you always want to make sure of when you're doing this is that you're patient.
Yeah.
So if it doesn't come apart right away, if it doesn't come, don't force it. If it doesn't come loose, don't jam a screwdriver down into something. Take your time, work your way around, and it'll usually come off without much problem. So you can see, I just used my fingernail to slip this off, and now I'm going to lift this off the panel here.
One of the
everybody
things
can see that, they can see everything inside the phone now.
There it is. One of the things you mentioned being patient. One of the reasons, as you said, Tech Republic does this is so that people want to try these things. We can give them some hints like that, because if you didn't know that, if you didn't know where you need to separate that, what you would do typically when you're first doing it, and you have a real Zen thing you do when you're dealing with these devices, you're very patient. You're trying lots of spots to see where does the device separate, where is the spot that this comes apart, and you don't force it. And sometimes that means, there's a place where you maybe needed to push a little harder that, didn't come loose and you have to go back to it. But that's better than cracking the device or permanently breaking it. Yeah. There's a time when we were doing more of these cracking opens and we were sending these to our contributors and they were kind of helping. But the problem we had was when they came back, they all looked like this. They looked like it came back in a pile, like this camera here that got run over by a truck. And that's because, not everybody is patient. That's why I sort of call you the brain surgeon of cracking open gadgets, because, you do take your time and you are very patient, and that's what it takes to kind of do this right and to not sort of destroy your device.
It does help. Once you get inside devices like this, the other thing to take note of is the very small connectors that they use to connect the different the different components to the motherboard. You want to be careful when you're disconnecting them not to put too much force on them. When you're reconnecting them, not to put too much force on them and bend them, break them, cut them. This isn't really sharp. I'm not going to cut my finger on it. Much to everyone's chagrin here, I'm sure. There'll be a little bit of excitement. But you don't want to jam this in there. You want to be very careful when you release all these different connectors, because all the things like the display, this is the connector for the display, this is the connector for the headphone jack, these are for the front-facing cameras and for the front-facing sensors, this is for the micro USB port. You don't want to damage any of those, because if you do, it can be difficult to find the replacement parts to fix that.
So these are very sophisticated tools that we're using here with names like spudgers and torque screws.
We use some spudgers and some little thin blades. I mean, it was a far cry from the early days when we used to use a butter knife.
The first iPad, we have this great picture with a butter knife and a metal spatula stuck in the side of that as we were separating the glass from the body of that device. So we've graduated to some tools that are much more sophisticated and precise.
You guys have all been watching me, and I've kind of been talking for a few minutes and also taking this apart. It's only taken about maybe like 5-6 minutes here to really sort of dissect this thing. Compared to the Surface 2, the Surface 2 took me about 2 hours to take apart. It was a real pain.
And even earlier, when you were removing all the screws, it took 5 minutes at least to get all the screws
just
out.
To do the screws.
It's a larger device, but still, that was 60 screws.
60 plus screws, that's right.
You said, and here we've got about maybe 8.
Maybe like, 8, 10 screws, that's it. One screw holds the motherboard in. I think here they have like 12, I don't know, something like that. One screw holds the motherboard in, and then, if I can lift it out here, I might have to disconnect one more connector. Sometimes you have to be patient, like we said, and there it comes, just like that. So that's the motherboard. It also has the rear-facing camera on it. It also has the SIM card slot, the micro SD card slot. On the back of it, you can see all the chips that are there. So that's kind of the third reason that we take these things apart. We also do like to see the components that are inside of this. There's a lot of components from Samsung, Qualcomm. I mean, there's components from RF micro devices, Broadcom, Silicon Image, and it's really kind of interesting to see all the different manufacturers that go into sort of making a device like this.
There's sometimes when they don't necessarily release all the specs on some of these devices.
right.
So cracking them open helps us know what is actually fully in these devices and what partners they're using. Sometimes they switch partners, and that tells us a little bit about where they're going strategically, or also it tells us about new startups or chip companies that are moving up in the world. If all of a sudden their devices are starting to show up in Samsung devices or Apple devices or Microsoft devices. So that is a really interesting part of the game. And most of your cracking opens that you do when you do the full post about them on Tech Republic, you break down a lot of that information.
We'll give a full list of the hardware that's inside the device. We'll give a full list of the chips that are inside the device, of everything that we can find about the device, all the specs that we can get. Sometimes it's a little bit of a treasure hunt. We do a lot of internet searching. I talked to some of the device, actually the component manufacturers used in the device, but we try to give people as thorough a dissection as we can.
Some of those chip manufacturers will sometimes give you hints, right? That their device, that
they can't exactly say some things. But if I have a picture of it and it has their logo on it, then usually there's nowhere to hide.
Yeah, nice. Very good. So Bill, sum it up for folks that, if they have a device that's, with a broken screen or something that, is fixable, the screen is the most often fixable thing, but what else might be broken in this device that you could potentially replace yourself or could replace without having to get rid of the whole thing?
Yeah, the screen is what we see broken the most. It's either cracked or the device sometimes is dropped in water, which can also affect the screen too. We do often see broken ports. That's something that people taking the connectors in and out of the ports, that breaks. The buttons can break sometimes. And you can find replacement parts online. You can replace them yourself, again, if you have the sort of technical acumen to do it. So don't think that just because the port's broken, the screen's broken, you can't necessarily, the button's broken, that you have to throw your $500 phone away, or take it to somebody and have, take it to somebody and have it sort of recycled, or turn it in for a new model. You can find replacement parts. You can fix it. So that's why we do this series. That's what Cracking Open's all about.
Excellent. So it's not only about saving you money, saving your gadget, but also being a responsible citizen.
Yep.
And
Make it last as long as you can.
Excellent. All right. Well, good stuff, Bill. Thank you for tuning in. You can watch all of the Cracking Open videos from the top gadgets of this year on CNET. All of the videos are available. You can also find the gallery of images of all these things cracked open, as well as Bill said, the details about the chips on Tech Republic. So for Tech Republic and CNET, I'm Jason Heiner.
And I'm Bill Detweiler.
We'll see you next time.
2, 1. Again, I'm Lynn, and you've been checking out the CPP 100 and the CPP 300 solar battery. Solar, I know.
Swing, backhand, agile, no problem.
Hey, I'm Ziamara Blanc for CNET here in Las Vegas for CES.
I'm Eric Franklin reporting. 3, 2,
Uno. 3, 2, 1.
There we go. Oh, hang on.
Raise your hand right up, and it will automatically turn on, and you can check it out. Did it do that?
No.
No, it did not.
Hey everyone, I'm Jason Jenkins for CNET at CES with a Schwinn Cycle Nav. Sorry.
I feel like I'm playing an accordion.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. I blanked. 3, 2, 1.
The Mini is a mono speaker, and it's okay. Let me just give me a second. I'm sorry.
At CES 2014, I'm Scott Stein. No end to that. I don't like that at all. Let's do that whole end again. I'm Scott Stein. I am tired.
First seat. Almost got it.
Now here's someone who's way better at it than me.
Now this is something I'm really excited here. Sorry, I got to figure out how to speak.
Here we go. All right. Join us. Hold hands with the tech aficionado with you. Everybody, come on. Everyone grab the hand. This is not weird.
This is way better.
I'm Ziamara Blanc for CNET here in Las Vegas for, I said last year.
That's all for now. I'm Luke Westway for CNET here at CES 2014. Check out ces.cnet.com for more.
Let's do it more.